Yeah. Sure.
No. Going solo today?
Solo for the rest of the time. Yeah.
Oh, what's your training?
She's good. She's just. I'm glad that.
Thanks for doing that, because there's some that's not that big.
No, yeah.
All rise, please. The 13th Circuit Court for the County of Antrim is now in session. The Honorable Charles Hammond presiding.
Thank you. You can see it. Back, everybody. September 1st. You can go on the record in 22-5165-FH. That's one thing I want to go over before we bring people back. You did a note this morning just asking in terms of the process for them asking questions. And so I talked about what we're going to do with the attorneys. I think is a slight change to what we talked about. We're going to ask questions anyway. They just asked if they could have a couple of minutes after the questioning is done to gather their thoughts to see if there are any questions they want to go over. So what I think we'll do is after the witness is done testifying, I'll excuse jurors for that purpose. And then once they have the questions prepared, rather than simply bringing them back in, I'll have court staff select them so that we can review them to determine if the questions are appropriate, if there's anything we need to discuss. That way, the jurors aren't present for that. And then once those determinations are made, we'll bring them back in and asking questions that are appropriate. And Mr. Sanders, Mr. Ralston, any issue with that?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzi?
No, thank you.
Mr. Slack?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
Just maybe that reminder to not deliberate back there, and that would be a natural tendency to talk about your questions. You know, just throw that up there.
All right, so we're-
Judge, the next witness is Mark.
Oh, yeah, let me take this time. We're going to start back up with direct testimony. Did you all have a chance to get the exhibits during the break before we started? Okay. So why don't we take a couple of minutes before we bring yours back? No, oh, you got it. Okay. I'll just wait till I get 3 thumbs up and then we'll go back.
Yeah. Were you using the? Just want to make sure you know.
All right, let's bring yours back. Okay, everyone can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. First day of September, we're in a new month. One thing I did want to go over with you all, I've got the requests to the questions, so we're going to change up the procedure that we use a little bit. What we're going to do is after a witness is completely testifying, we're going to excuse you all for, I'm going to say 5 to 10 minutes, obviously take whatever time you need. You can compile whatever questions, that way you can gather your thoughts. And while you're still outside the courtroom, once you're done with that, somebody could just simply knock at the door and then court staff will collect them. Because if you'll recall, the court may have to review the question with the attorneys. You might as well do that while you're still there rather than twice. The courts try to limit that as much as possible. So then once we determine which, if any, can be asked, then we will bring you all back in this group and we'll go from there. Okay, so we'll go with that. And then if you recall, we're in the prosecution's case in chief, and we were in a portion of direct examination. You see Mark. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So to refresh where we left off last, your testimony yesterday, I believe that you explained that Adam Fox pulled you, Bill Null, and Brandon Caserta aside and asked you to if you would participate in surveillance of the governor's cottage. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we admitted People's Exhibit 181, that was a portion of that conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In that event, that conversation is represented on Exhibit 171, your timeline, as event number 6.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now let's talk about the surveillance. When you left the FTX site that evening, where did you go?
Initially, Mr. Fox and I went to dinner, just the two of us, and then we returned to the FTX site. And we picked up the Knoll brothers, and we went from the FTX site to the Walmart in Cadillac, Michigan.
This is the same Walmart that you originally met Mr. Fox at that day?
Yes, sir.
And who was driving the vehicle from the FTX site to that Walmart?
I was driving.
Why is it that you were driving?
One reason was I had a vehicle, and two, And the primary reason was officer safety. At that point, I'm with 3 individuals who are potential subjects of this investigation. I'm acting in an undercover capacity. If something goes wrong, I'd like to have control of the vehicle to de-escalate the situation or take care of business in some other form or fashion to make sure I am safe.
And to be clear, both Mike Null and Bill Null were in the car at this point?
Yes, sir.
Was there any discussion during the course of that ride from the FTX to the Walmart?
There was.
Can you give the jury a general idea of the topic of conversation?
Mr. Fox was generally discussing the plans for that evening as well as the plan overall.
Did you record this conversation?
I did.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 183?
I am.
Can you give the jury a general description of what 183 is?
This is a recording taken during that ride to the Walmart in Cadillac where Mr. Fox is talking about the daytime surveillance he's already conducted.
And is there an associated transcript that's marked 183T?
There is, yes, sir.
Is the transcript a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
And to be clear, you said at this point it's you, Adam Fox, and both Nulls in the vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to move to admit 183 and 183T.
Then just watch everybody, Your Honor. Agent, what time is this taking place?
This would have been as we're leaving the Walmart, which approximately 9 p.m., sir. We're in that area.
Would 8:51 sound a little bit more accurate?
I had no cause to dispute you there, sir.
Okay, and I'm basing that on, because you started recording, if I'm not, if I'm accurate, at 11:56 a.m. Right, it was continuous record all day.
It was, yes, sir.
And the recording is about 4 minutes off the true time. Would that be accurate as well?
Again, I have no reason to doubt you, sir.
Okay. We're thinking about 8:51 at the time, correct?
Approximately, yes, sir.
No other comments, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sacker?
Please stand in our written objections. Thank you.
Mr. Brown? 183 and 183T will both be.
When we came up last time, we left. We didn't leave a trail at all. We didn't catch the whole trip. But we found the trail because we said, no, we couldn't find it. We just sort of fell in and found it on our father's phone. I used my iPhone.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 184?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you give the jury a brief description of proposed exhibit 184?
This is a recording taken during that same trip. Mr. Fox is talking about the plan generally and specifically about blowing up a bridge in the Elk Rapids area to impede law enforcement, to stop law enforcement from responding.
And the same occupants in the vehicle at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
And is there an associated transcript that's marked as 184T?
There is, yes, sir.
Transcript a fair and accurate representation of the recording.
It is, yes, sir.
And move to admit 184 and 184T.
Just a brief one here. Agent, this takes place about a minute after the last exhibit we just heard from. Would that be accurate, sir?
That matches my recollection, yes, sir.
Thank you. No more questions, Your Honor. No comments.
Mr. Sacker?
Thanks, Agent. Stand on the written objections.
Mr. Barnett?
I'm going to chat just because these we are fashion to reference some.
Great. 184 and 184T will be.
This would be about the place you. He resigned residence on hand. What we done, but so more like this, we got very heavy security detail there. With a lot of fucking supplies and not in order to use, okay? 2 is potentially be able to fucking post it. Here. It's a little town right there. There's a little bridge that goes on. You're gonna blow that fucking bridge, and there's like no way to cops here on everything, most of the sides that are like 20+ miles on all directions, okay? So that gives us maybe a 15, 20 minute head start, even by that time, we can have the dates in the fucking boat, we know the fucking thing.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 186?
I am.
Can you give the jury a brief description of exhibit 186?
This is during that same ride to the Walmart, same participants in the vehicle, or same folks in the vehicle. Bill Knoll is talking about fighting the government in court, and Mr. Fox is talking about the plan.
And there's an associated transcript with this exhibit that's marked as 186T.
There is?
And transcript is fair and accurate representation of the recording.
It is.
And at this time, I'm going to move to admit 186 and 186T.
So what's the timeline relative to the last exhibit?
It would have been in the same course of the conversation, sir, Your Honor. Insofar as whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 minutes, I couldn't say specifically.
Mr. McGee?
If I may, Your Honor, want to just follow up on the court's question timeline. This would be about 8:58 p.m., correct?
Sir, that matches with my recollection generally, yes,
These are
sir.
following consecutive, at this point in time, one after the other together, so that's correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Question.
No comment.
Yeah.
Mr. Shah?
So if you could stand on our written projections and point out the context, it's not clear.
Objection is to context, it's not audio.
And the court has discussed how concerns relative to that may be addressed. For the purposes here, 186 and 186T will both be.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what you can take, but I've done fucking fighting before for fucking 2 years, you don't get nowhere. So you guys want to hear my thing? Even though we have a trial, I don't know. This is my ideal situation would be this, say we take her here and we fucking two-boat system, one take her boat too. Sit that bitch down the middle of Lake Michigan, drop the fucking motor for boat down to the bottom of Lake Michigan, and be that bitch here in the middle of the fucking bay, there's no communications or nothing. It's like fucking sitting there, it's like, and then we're out, there's no trail, how can I check the water? Just slip the water, they went that way. No, right?
You're familiar with proposed exhibit 187.
I am, yes, sir.
Can you give the jury a brief description of 187?
Yes, sir. Same conversation on the drive to Walmart. Mr. Fox is talking about pooling money from various individuals to purchase explosives.
And the same occupants in the vehicle at this point in time?
Yes, sir. Mr. Fox, myself, and the Knoll brothers.
And there's an associated transcript that's marked as 187T.
There is?
Is that transcript a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
I move to admit 187 and 187T.
Just a quick slide here on the time frame. Agents, would it be fair for the jury to understand that this is around the 9:13 p.m. hour?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Simon?
We can stand on our written objections, thank you.
Mr. Barnes?
Same objection.
187 and 187T would be.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm sorry. I just have one more question.
Sure.
Is this at the Walmart at this point in time? You know,
I believe we had arrived at the Walmart by now. Yes, sir.
so now we're at the Walmart, in a car, outside the car?
In a car, sir.
Okay, so we're at the mall, the Walmart. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Of course, the decision is the same, 187 and 186.
Well, we're gonna be putting together, we're gonna be that thing to be organizations specifically tied. My ultimate goal is that obviously our organizations can find dream. That's gonna be strictly for the baker. Okay, strictly for baking ingredients.
Now, we heard Mr. Fox there say, or make a reference to the baker and baking ingredients. What did he mean by that?
explosives. And the baker was a person that could supply explosives, and the baking ingredients are the explosives.
And are you familiar with proposed exhibit 188?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you give the jury a brief description of 188?
It's during that same evening in the Walmart parking lot at this point. Same participants or same folks are in the vehicle. And I am introducing myself to the Knoll brothers.
And this conversation, is it consecutive to the other conversations?
It is, yes, sir.
And there's an associated transcript that's marked as 188T.
There is.
And that transcript is a fair and accurate representation of the recording.
It is, yes, sir.
Move to admit 188 and 188T.
Just to get another timestamp, was here, I mean, agent,
Yes, sir.
would this be around the 9:18 PM hour? Would that be fair?
That's fair, sir.
Is
Yes,
that
sir.
a yes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No more questions or comments.
Mr. Sack?
Stand under written objection.
Mr. Clark?
Short point. Did you say it was continuous or contiguous? What do you use, this, from another?
I don't think I used that word.
Maybe the attorney did and we,
I think he said continuous. Yes, this is all one continuous recording.
there were words said in between this and the last exhibit.
There are words that are said between this and the last exhibit. Yes, sir.
Sorry, included.
So now I see the scope of what you're doing. Your position is 188 and 188.
Same objection.
Okay, it is noted, 188 and 188T will be admitted.
I think I mentioned boys in Wisconsin. I'm Mark. I forget your name, so. Mikey Bill.
You can tell them apart a little more now. Okay, Bill has the longer hair, Mike shorter hair. That's how it's gonna work out. They used to look really fucking like, I used to call them different names, like, hey, Bill, Mom, like, fuck, you know? Whoops.
My bad. Let's see what's yeah.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 190?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you give the jury a brief description of exhibit 190?
It's a conversation that occurred during the same evening in the Walmart parking lot, talking about preparing for the surveillance that night.
And same occupants in the vehicle at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
Associated transcript is 190T.
Yes, sir.
Is that transcript a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to move to admit exhibit 190 and 190T.
Just for purposes of timestamp again, what there, this is around 9:31, correct?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
No more questions. Thank you. No comments.
Mr. Sack?
If you stand under written objection.
Mr. Barnett?
Same objection to the timeline.
190 and 190T will be admitted.
Yeah, then everybody voted too. I knew we were gonna go for a ride, so I thought they wanted to.
Gotcha. No, I had 2 weeks of dinner, and that's why I'm pissed right now.
All right, that second paragraph there, where Mike Knoll says, I knew we were going to go for a ride, so I didn't want.
Objection, Judge, is there a question?
I'm going to preface the question based upon that statement, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's for a question.
Yeah, we will join the sense and answer the exhibit speaks for itself.
Okay. So we'll be sustaining to the extent that the exhibit does speak for itself, and this is 190T. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If we're going to, purpose of repeating statements to direct the witness attention, perhaps if you just go with another paragraph down.
Yes, Your Honor. So in paragraph 3, the statement by Mike Knoll there, what is he referencing?
That we were going on surveillance.
And
Objection, speculation. Move to strike, Your Honor. Says ride, not surveillance. Move to strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are some additional questions that the board's going to have to answer or ask to determine if that question is appropriate. So I think what we'll do is excuse you at this point for a little break. All right. The record can reflect that the jurors are outside the courtroom. In terms of persuading, I knew we were going to go for a ride to the surveillance. What would be the basis for your answer indicating that purchase?
Mr. Fox and I already laid out the plans for that evening, so I associated the ride with conducting the surveillance.
Thanks, Captain.
Yeah, I didn't hear it, you said, forgive me.
Sorry. Mr. Fox had already laid out the plans for that evening, so I associated the surveillance that Mr. Fox had spoken about with the ride that Mr. Null has referenced.
But did Mike Null specifically say, I'm going on a surveillance ride? Did he make any reference to the word surveillance and or recon?
He did not use the word surveillance or recon in this clip. No, sir.
So we would reassert that ride stands for right, Your Honor, since the witnesses testified that it didn't retroactively regard any conversations regarding surveillance and or reconnaissance.
Mr. Burnett. Mr. Travis.
Your Honor, that's a weight argument, not admissibility. So it's already been outlined. The purpose of the surveillance, the ride that they were going on, was to conduct surveillance. And if people within the car are going to be participating in that, Mike Null is stating that he knew that they were going to go on a ride. The reasonable inference is he knew the purpose for the ride. Additionally, Bill Null was there specifically at the conversation with Adam Fox where he said, hey, we're going to go on this surveillance. Mike Null wasn't there, but the reasonable inference is that there was a conversation that happened between the two of them. He learned of the purpose for that specific ride.
Before anybody jumps up, let me finish what I'm saying. The court agrees that that may be a reasonable inference, but that's a reasonable inference for the prior fact to be the one to make potentially. And so certainly in argument, the parties will be allowed to connect those two things, but without in closer in time, in this case, Mike Null having used the words recon surveillance, again, a party can certainly argue that I knew we were going to go for a ride, and I'll still been there. That's fine. I think part of this discussion is for any future questions too, relative to the same type of thing. So if those words were used and that basis could be established, meaning had Mike Null said recon or surveillance or something else in context of this conversation, then perhaps the question may not, or the determination by the court may have been different in the future maybe as well. But relative to things like that, the statement will stand for what it is and try our fact or can make whatever determination. Okay. Anything else for you, Mr. Travis?
Nothing further on.
Mr. Nunn?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sachs? No. Mr. Martin? It's 9:30. I assume everyone is okay. It doesn't need break. I'll rise to the jury.
seated.
Gentlemen council have a very, very quick sidebar. I apologize.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You'll recall it was a question that was asked and an objection that was made. And I didn't know that it was the department. Some questions, which some felt appropriate. The objection is the same. And so any of the earlier discussion that you heard relative to meaning of a phrase or well, straight on to recon. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark, are you familiar with proposed exhibit 191?
I am.
And can you give the jury a brief description of proposed 191?
Yes, sir. It's during that same time frame. We're in the Walmart parking lot at this point. Same people in the car, myself, Fox, and the Knoll brothers. Mr. Fox is further detailing his plan for kidnapping the governor.
And is there an associated transcript marked as 191?
There is.
And in terms of the time frame, this clip, does it follow the other clips in time?
It does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit 191 and 191P.
Again, a short one here. Will this be about the 10:02 p.m. hour that night?
Yes.
Okay. And is this recording enhanced for sound? In other words, is there any editing going on, not tampering, but editing in terms of enhancing the sound from a lower to a louder volume when it comes to any of the individuals?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Fair enough. No more questions and no comments.
Should we echo brother counsel's objection to move stand on our list?
Okay, Mr. Martin.
Same objection.
191 and 191T will be the
Ladies and gentlemen, of separates. Anyone else say this fucking parking lot at goddamn 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday night? Somebody even go do recon? Does anybody go do recon anything? Fuck no. We've done tons of it in the past, like 1 month or so. His old lady who went scooped up the fucking one of that. It's all in town. We got criminal, he had a criminal back of the overlay. It coincided with pictures and shit, like he actually took pictures of all of them.
Yeah, we've been up there, we walked around there, it's those things, but. I guess this place, from what Adam said, is much better in terms of actual liability.
Yeah. We are. We might be able to get it in Lansing, but we ain't getting out of Lansing. Right. That's just a high speed, but they'll wrong fucking dead.
I thought she would be hanging in the hall, because that's what I would do.
You gotta get it first, you gotta fucking argue me for the nation.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here's your number. Like I said, we had scouted this already in our county. You know what there's a local police department. They are on 5 minutes away. You know, well, there's a bridge they got. So the point of use access. All that motherfucker. Click telling them that. The only thing we have to do is if they actually they have on this, so we can call them. And the small tower, I can have a lot of them. Cold stuff. Any directions. It's right there. She's our. Really? forensic aspect.
That's, resident. Maybe not. Same truck.
For the forensic aspect of it, I would have drive on the front road. Going, lower the boat on the other side of the front. Was kind of steep. I was probably lower on the boat. She was still going. Watch that. I could go to the train them back, leave that fucking home. They don't care. It doesn't solve them. Right? So we fucking care. Care. Vehicle. Island. Lake-ish. Both out. 2 boat system. One of the silver road. Put that bitch on it. No, it's on the phone. Leaving it. No. It's just random. They listen to you. You know, there's only thing I think about having a security job, and I heard that she gets the rich life. She looked at her, okay, there was 1 team. So it's like one security SP and then the rest. So that's what everybody beats on 80, 4 or 6 minutes. Right? And you see the front, you see the equipment, right? We can say now, I'm bold. Very even wrong for me to be sure. Maybe she got 1 or 2. And I said, okay, well, then we deal with those. But we keep 2, we're running 8 man, 10 and 15. We gave them funding. 1, we have another funding team that comes from funding, but don't need no forensic trail. Come back for like this and ask for a motion for 1. Then class, hit target, extract the target. Looking across the target. Stretch the fuck out. Make Michigan roll out. You're not telling me that couldn't fucking be done in proceeding. They did these motherfuckers think you got it.
They said, property funding that they do. That's the governor's mansion that they're doing that on the island?
No. They go to the one in
The one in the
Yep.
I was like, which one? I knew they were doing the one of them. Yeah, that's fucking deep, like a fence. I thought she was throwing put that door.
Now, that conversation, I believe your testimony is that it took place in the Walmart parking lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And to reference your timeline, the ride from the FTX to the Walmart, is that represented as event 7?
From the FTX to the Walmart, yes, sir.
Now, as you're at the Walmart, does anyone meet your vehicle there?
Yes, sir. 2 other vehicles containing other folks arrived to meet us. Oh, before that, yeah.
Okay, specifically, who met you there?
There was 1 vehicle containing Brian Higgins, Caleb Franks, and Ty Garvin, and then another vehicle containing CHS Dan, Barry Croft, and Undercover Red.
Did you observe Eric Molitor at the Walmart at all?
I did.
And was he in one of those vehicles or in a separate vehicle?
He was in a separate vehicle.
What did you observe Mr. Molitor do when he arrived?
Mr. Fox got out of my vehicle and went into Mr. Mahler's vehicle.
All right. Do you know what they did at that point in time?
No, sir.
Was there a game plan developed for what was going to happen after all these vehicles arrived at the Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
So it was agreed that we would essentially caravan up to the Elk Rapids area, and we meet up back up in Elk Rapids and talk about the division of labor for the surveillance that evening.
And where was it that you were supposed to meet back up at?
It was a Amvets parking lot in the Elk Rapids area that was shared a lot with the Easy Mart, I believe.
Prior to leaving, did you have any discussion with the Knowles about returning to the FTX?
I did.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Yes. One of the Knoll brothers had a teenage son with him, at the FTX, and I believe maybe the teenage son had a teenage friend. There was some discussion about whether they were comfortable leaving their friends, or I'm sorry, their son and his friend back at the FTX alone. I said if they weren't, I'd be happy to take them back to the Luther FTX, and they declined. We went on the surveillance.
To be clear, was this conversation you were having with both Mike Knoll and Bill Knoll?
Yes, sir.
And did you make that offer to both of them?
Yes, sir.
I would check the foundation, Your Honor. When is this taking place?
You actually have to, could be some questions as to the time and location for that conversation.
Sure. And to be clear, let's back up a second. This conversation that you're describing about possibly returning to the FTX site, where is that taking place?
In the Walmart parking lot.
And in terms of the time frame you've described is observing the other vehicles arrive and the kind of agreement that, okay, we're going to go to the Elk Rapids area, caravan there, and meet up at the Easy Mart. Where did this conversation take place in relation to that?
I believe that Mr. Fox would have been out of my vehicle at the time. So further on into our time frame at the Walmart, it may have occurred prior to everyone rallying and meeting, but where it falls between that large group meeting and leaving, I'm unsure. So
Okay. Based on that, that's some of the objection. Mr. Castor, right?
Thank you, Aaron. And I'm not sure if you answered this question or not, but I think I asked you, did you pose the question to both William Knoll and Michael Knoll that offer to return to the FTX site?
yes,
And what was the response from William Knoll?
he declined.
What about Bill Knoll? Or, excuse me, what about Mike Knoll?
Same, he declined.
Now, this process of leaving the Walmart to go to the Elk Rapids area, who was in your car?
Myself and the Knoll brothers after we left the Walmart.
So Adam Fox had left your vehicle at that point in time.
Correct.
And in terms of your timeline, this is represented as event 8, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Roughly what time of the evening are we talking about at the point where you've left the Walmart parking lot?
The 10 o'clock hour. Within the 10 o'clock hour.
And are you still recording?
I am.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 192?
I am.
Can you give us a brief description of exhibit 192?
This is occurring on that same evening, same night. At this point, it's just myself and the Knoll brothers in the car, and Bill Knoll is talking about a piece of property that the governor was trying to obtain.
And there's an associated transcript of that's marked as 192T.
There is.
The transcript is a fair and accurate representation of the recording.
It is.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to move to admit 192 and 192T.
Just a quick one, we have regarding the timestamp on this. Would it be fair for the jury to understand this took place on the 10:22 p.m. hour?
Yes.
That's 10:22, so yes, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, no more questions.
Mr. Sack?
If we stand on our written objections.
Mr. Martin?
Question as to lack of context and continuity here with the rest of the tape.
We were to discuss that, that objection should be with 192, 192T.
The place of business, trying to get the idea of gold, that's one.
As you're, we'll strike that. Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 193?
I am.
Can you tell the jury what proposed exhibit 193 is?
It's approximately the same time, same evening. The Knolls and myself are in the vehicle, and Bill Knoll is saying he's down to do recon.
And there's associated transcript that's marked as 193T.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair and accurate representation of the report?
It is. Yes, sir.
Move to admit 193 and 193T.
Mr. Nucky?
Just while you're in the timestamp here. It's about 9 minutes following the start of the last one, about the 10:31 PM hour, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Sacks?
And then written objections.
Mr. Burnett?
Same.
Objections? Okay. 193 and 193T will be.
Give me a second. I'm about to do a little recon shit. I don't know what you said. I just don't know what to call it. I start shit with my government all the time and fighting in court. I don't know, I've heard so much of it's just a go. You can't get justice before it.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 194?
I am.
Can you describe proposed 194 for the jury?
Yes, sir. It's same period of time, same conversation. We're on our way to Elk Rapids at this point. Myself and the Knoll brothers are in the vehicle. And I asked them how it came to pass that they met Fox.
And there's an associated transcript marked as 194T.
Yes, sir.
The transcript is a fair and accurate representation of the recording.
It is, yes, sir.
And then move to admit proposed 194 and 194T.
Just a quick while you're in the timestamp, Your Honor, would it be acceptable to the 10:52 PM hour, about 25 minutes, about 22 minutes after the start of the last video we just heard?
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
No more questions, no comments.
Mr. Sacks?
Witness and a written objections and how they were lack of completeness.
And Mr. Burnett?
Same objections.
We'll sort of discuss that, 194, 194T, Phil.
How did you guys end up with, yeah, watching you guys or just sort of getting the rally? It was a little bit of everything. Me and Mike and our other guy, Phil Robinson, we all started our group together. Okay. We've been doing phone security and all this other shit. Well, Phil likes to get us to continue. Yeah, I mean, the peacock, you know, and we all did. We went and Adam's girlfriend and Phil were friends before Adam was with her. I think is how that works. And then I met Adam through, we've always trained, me and Mike got anyway, and Mike fussed us about the rallies and stuff. So he's basically the common denominator. Before we went up and, went up and sat with him, I guess, in Nancy, they were doing, the fucking Black Lives Matter protest, and burning the fucking shit down. The burning cop car right down there in front of the Capitol there. We went to work security, and he was there with us, him and his old lady, and, that's all I did. Gotcha. But he also goes to he used to work out in St. Jim. It's such a small world. I didn't know he was there. I didn't remember he was so. But yeah, we've been networking with some
5, 6, 7 bigger relationships in that one. Some, you know, some of that one, the home there that what he was talking about earlier, they got like 1,000 numbers or whatever, but they're not all actually right.
You got 1,000 past members.
Yeah. And so it's like, yeah, or, and I don't know how many are actually active, I don't know anything, you know. Yeah.
When you arrive at the MVET's parking lot, approximately what time is that?
In the 11 o'clock hour, sir?
So how long did it take from you to get from the Cadillac Walmart to the MVET's parking lot in Elk Rapids?
Approximately an hour to an hour and a half.
When you arrived at the MVET's parking lot, did you meet up with the other participants?
We did, yes, sir.
And how many vehicles are there?
3 vehicles.
At that point in time, was there some sort of discussion with Mr. Fox?
There was.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Mr. Fox handed out assignments for the 3 different vehicles that night that were going to be participating in the surveillance.
And can you describe for us the role that your vehicle had?
We were the lookout car. We were on the lookout for anything either that would be pertinent to any later action taken at that home or law enforcement that evening.
What was the I guess the task or the assignment for the other 2 vehicles? Can you describe that, please?
I didn't hear the last question. Again,
The task for the other 2 vehicles involved.
for Mr. Fox, is that part of it? Oh, thank you.
The vehicle driven by Mr. Higgins was going to go down the governor's road and past the governor's home. The vehicle driven by CHS Dan was to go across the Birch Lake to a boat launch to see if they could see the signal car, which was the car driven by Mr. Higgins, from where they were on the boat launch.
All right, so if I have this correctly, you are kind of the surveillance lookout car.
Correct.
You're looking for law enforcement, and Higgins is driving the signal car.
Correct.
And Dan is driving the spotter car.
Correct.
All right. And these assignments were given out by who you said?
Fox.
Specific to your assignment as being the lookout, what is it that you were looking for?
Looking out for law enforcement that night, either a local, county, or state police officer that's patrolling as we're doing this, as the group is doing this surveillance. And additionally, anything that would be useful in the planning of an attack at that location, or notable in the planning of attack at the location in the general vicinity.
Your Honor, I think this would be a good time for us to take a brief break before we move into kind of the next chapter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will exceed for about 5 to 10 minutes, allow us to fill coffee, et cetera. All right, for the agreement. Certainly, my second out of the room, so checking. Everyone can be seated. The record should reflect that the witnesses outside the courtroom have asked the Attorney General's office if during the breaks they could put up the exhibits that were admitted while the cameras were not allowed to be on. So I could remind you at this time while we're on the break.
Your Honor, I will promise to get it to them at lunch. We were having some computer issues here. So they'll get the computer working.
Got
Instead of giving.
Okay.
But I'll show all the exhibits.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll still get it to them then. So if you all don't mind getting your cameras working, we'll do that. Anything for anybody before we take our break?
No, thank you. No objection to the requested break.
Okay, we'll take about 5 to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I might need to use yours if it doesn't
Yeah,
do it
It's
real
not-
quick.
Always go back, I'm sure you got what I got. Now,
It's doing whatever it's doing.
You wanna?
Yeah, see, I think like, this is. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, I'm
Almost really good. As for also was like. So he's doing it
We're taking a couple of chances because we gave some half of lunch. So, here. We gave.
Oh, certainly, Judge.
It's been crazy.
We switched it today. We try to give them a little bit.
Get your computer up and running. Do you see that? Yeah. Do you see it? Yeah. It's shut down. Yeah, everybody's having, you know.
Oh.
Right. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody.
All right, folks, let's get everybody back, please.
Because I just.
Kevin, please see it. Thank you. Anything we need to discuss before bringing the jurors back in?
No.
No, thank you.
Okay. All rise for the jury. Okay, folks, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We took a little longer, obviously, so that once we turn appropriately. And especially the folks who aren't doing questions from the podium, just because they may be a little bit farther back from the folks. If people could just speak up so that everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mark, when we left off, you were describing the arrival at the AMVETS parking lot and how Mr. Fox had given assignments at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, that arrival at the AMVETS parking lot is represented on your timeline as event number 9, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if we can we put up exhibit 210 I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 210. And is this a photograph of the AmVets and Easy Mark parking lot?
It is, yes, sir.
Can you show for the jury using the pointer where the cars were located for this meeting?
I'll keep you there.
And I think you described your car was the lookout car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is it that you were specifically looking out for?
Law enforcement or anything notable for the plan.
And was that what Mr. Fox told you to do?
Yes, sir.
And what was it that you were supposed to do if the occupants in your vehicle observed law enforcement or anything like that?
Make the other vehicles aware of it.
In what fashion?
Radio, we had walkie-talkie radio to the other vehicles to say, hey, there's cops here, state police here.
Now,
John, excuse me, is this another test by Mr. Fox?
That's what you do.
Okay, thank you. I'm having a
Exactly.
hard time hearing.
That's what I understand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
the actual route that your vehicle traveled when you left this Easy Mart, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 4 and ask you to first identify the governor's street on this map.
Timberlake.
Okay, so it's directly to the west of Birch Lake, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as your vehicle's route of travel after you left the Easy Mart, while you're looking out as for police officers or other suspicious things as Mr. Fox tasked you to do, can you describe for the jury where your vehicle traveled?
Generally, I can, yes, sir. So we were instructed not to go down the governor's road, but rather to be in the vicinity of the governor's neighborhood.
And who instructed you to do that?
Mr. Fox.
Okay.
So we would have been on 31, and then on Williams here, we would have spent time on Karn, and in the area around here as well. Birch Lake, I don't think we went on Winters above here, but we would have passed Timberlake at least twice, I believe 3 times.
Okay.
It's the entrance to Timberlake, I should say.
And during the course of this activity of driving this area, your recording device is still recording, is that correct?
It is.
Are you familiar with proposed Exhibit 196?
I am.
Can you give the jury a brief description of 196?
Yes, sir. So this is a conversation that occurred in the Easy Mart lot, or as we're leaving the Easy Mart lot at approximately 11:17 that evening. It's myself and the Knowles in the vehicle, and we hadn't been told to start our surveillance yet. We were going to be told later on to start, but I thought it was best to leave that lot as there was another vehicle sitting there. And I thought that would look suspicious if law enforcement went past. So we left the lot and kind of meandered around until we were called to our task.
Why was it important for you that another vehicle may be sitting there and it might look suspicious for law enforcement to use it?
I didn't want to have any contact with law enforcement that evening, both from a personal safety standpoint, as well as to maintain my undercover role.
And when you say from a personal safety standpoint, what does that mean?
Some of the, including Mr. Fox, had indicated that he would kill law enforcement if confronted, or if, we were doing something that's illegal. And I didn't know what the reaction would be to some of these folks if they were confronted by law enforcement.
Now, is there an associated transcript to 196 that's marked 196T?
Yes, sir.
Is that transcript a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
I'm going to move to admit 196 and 196T.
Nothing?
Just for purposes of timestamp, Agent, is this after you left the Ambet parking lot?
We're kind of leaving the Ambet parking lot as this is occurring, sir.
Okay, and would it be fair that this, 196 is around the 11:17 PM hour?
It would, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments?
Mr. Stock?
Brief. Agent, did you prepare this transcript?
I did not.
Do you know who did it?
I do not.
Judge, we'd ask that you should.
And Mr. Brown?
Same objections.
Same objections as your previous ones, or same objections second?
Good question. Good context and that.
Okay, that's the previous ones. And the agent has testified that the transcript, even though you may not have prepared it, does fairly and accurately depict the audio as indicated. That's the consideration for the court to make. So based on that, and the other objections being overruled as previously indicated, 196 and 196T.
I'm open to actually try to consider that church parking lot at the best idea, so no, yeah, it's such a rock, I don't think it's there too. Yeah, two addresses, yeah, not gonna be good. No house all wrong with it, that's fine, it's a little tour of its own. Back roads and everything.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 200?
Yes, sir.
Can you give the jury a brief description of proposed 200?
This is during the course of the surveillance. It's that evening at approximately 11:24 PM. Myself and the Knowles are in the car, and I'm making a comment about something I saw, and Miss Bill Knoll responds.
And what are you doing during the course of this audio?
We're doing our task. We're serving as a lookout.
And is the vehicle stationary or moving?
Moving.
Is there an associated transcript that's marked as 200T?
Yes, sir.
And transcript, is that a fair and accurate representation of the record?
It is.
And move to admit 200 and 200T.
The timestamp on here, permitted, Your Honor. For purposes of the time frame. Agent, this is taking place around, this is 200, is that correct?
Yes.
Is it 200? Around the 11:30 PM hour that night?
Yes, sir. Around
Is that
that.
about right?
About right. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No more questions or comments.
Mr. Stock?
We stand on your objections.
Mr. Brown?
Same two objections.
Okay, 200 and 200T will be.
Were both Bill Knoll and Mike Knoll in the vehicle at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with proposed 201?
I am, yes, sir.
And can you give the jury a brief description of 201?
Yes, sir. Pardon me. It's audio from that same evening. Myself and the Knoll brothers are in the car. It's approximately 11:29 in the evening. I'm commenting that we're passing the governor's road. Timberlake.
And is there an associated transcript marked 201T?
There is.
Is the transcript a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 201 and 201T.
Your Honor, just a question here. Agent, would you agree that the exhibit 201 is 11 hours and 41 minutes into your recording?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay. And with the difference that we talked about, that would be around the 11:37 PM hour that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
I thought you said 11:29.
Well, the timestamp I have is 11:29, sir.
Okay.
But around, I agree with you that it's around the 11:30 hour.
Okay.
Approximately.
Calculation was 11 hours and 41 minutes. It's 4 minutes off. Our calculation came out to 11:37 p.m. I'm not asking.
Yeah, I'll accept your representation, sir.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, no comments, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sorry.
Stand on written objections, thank you.
Second, Mr. Barner.
Any objections?
201 and 201 to you, given.
I'm not really glad this year, but it's gonna be the first one on the left.
As you were on this surveillance, did you observe any law enforcement officers?
No, sir.
Did you observe anything that was noteworthy enough to report back to the other vehicles as you described?
No, sir.
After the surveillance was done, did you meet back up with Mr. Fox and the other vehicles?
We did.
Where was that at?
The Oasis Red Bull Tavern in Elk Rapids.
And what was the discussion, if any, with Mr. Fox at that point in time?
It was generally what the signal car and the spotter car had seen and had done.
Okay. And if you can just remind us, what was the signal car supposed to be doing again?
That was the vehicle.
Objection, Judge Aston.
I don't know that he testified to that, but we've had testimony in the past. Mr. Baxter, is the question being asked for future question, or is it just?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that representation, the court will allow it, though, Mr. Sacks' objection, sir.
That the signal car was to travel down Timberlake and go past the governor's residence, whereas the spotter car was going to go over to the boat launch on Birch Lake and see if they could see the signal car.
And was the signal car supposed to be doing anything to signal that it was there?
Yes, sir. That was my understanding.
What was it supposed to do?
Flashing a light or flashing its lights. There was a talk of a infrared light that someone had that could be seen across the lake.
And Mr. Fox is in the spotter car, is that correct?
He is, yes, sir.
Okay. And during the course of this conversation at the Oasis Red Bull Tavern, did Mr. Fox say whether he had observed the signal car or not?
Yes, he did, and he did.
Now, let's go to be clear, the acting as a lookout on September 12th is represented on your timeline as event 10, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And the debrief at the Oasis Red Bull Tavern is represented as event 11, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Now, was there a second day to the FTX?
There was.
All right. Yeah, did you participate in that?
I did.
Approximately what time did you arrive at the site of the FTX?
10 a.m.
And how long did you stay?
2 hours.
Did you observe Mike Knoll at the second day of the FTX?
I did.
Did you observe Bill Knoll there?
I did.
What about Eric Molitor?
I did.
And what sort of activities were going on while you were there the second day of the FTX?
They were doing live fire drills in the kill house. So they were practicing breaching, kind of very similar to what I described that they were doing, folks were doing in Cambria County, or not Cambria, Wisconsin, back in July of 2020.
Did you observe Mike Knoll participate in this kill house?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe Bill Knoll participate in this kill house?
Yes, sir.
What about Eric Molitor?
No, sir.
How would you describe his participation on that day?
He was stationed at the entrance to the kill house as what I understood to be the medical officer.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear that.
Yes, sir. He was stationed at the adjacent to the entrance to the kill house as the medical officer.
When you say as the medical officer,
Objective speculation. Saw it in there, that's fine, but. Speculation.
That'll be a little bit of the department, ask what it is doing. Capacity. Understood that based on.
one moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I yield the witness.
And before we start talking, we'd like to see the attorney. Mr. Nancy, let me go to you for any cross-examination.
We have the lights, please. Good morning.
Where is it?
You weren't on as long as Agent Empola,
No, sir.
so that's a good thing. I'm going to ask just a request of you, if you could keep your voice up so everybody can hear you in the courtroom, obviously, and particular the jury. Would you do that for us?
I'll do my
please?
best, yes, sir.
You talk very fast too, okay? That's why I had to ask the things that I had to ask, because sometimes you just, and I get it. It's, you know, it's part of the business, maybe it's part of the job, but if you could slow down so everybody could hear you, okay?
I will do my best.
If you don't understand a question I'm asking you, would you kindly let me know, please?
Of course.
Okay? Do you have any problems understanding me right? At what point in time did they decide not to go after the home on the island?
It would have been by the time, before the Luther FTX.
Okay. How many days in between?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay, but a number of days in between, right?
Yes.
Okay. The threat stream always took place, and the threat stream regarding the attack always was viable day to day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the FBI decided, well, we're not going to worry about the island. Is that what you're telling us?
No, I don't think I'm telling you that at all. No, sir.
Okay. So up until the Luther FTX, the target on the island was still viable, of which the FBI had supplied pictures.
I think he had conducted a daytime surveillance. Mr. Fox, he being Mr. Fox, had conducted a daytime surveillance and had shifted his focus to the governor's vacation.
What other pictures were taken by any of the group members, other than the FBI, regarding the house up on the island?
Mackinac, sir?
Yes, sir. None.
None that I'm aware of.
The only pictures provided were that of the FBI, correct?
Correct.
How many people were at the Cambria FTX? If you recall.
20 plus.
Okay. Was everybody there planning, training for purposes of the plan, the kidnap plan?
No.
No. Because not everybody there knew what was going on, right?
True.
And before I begin again,
I assume, yeah.
people going to FTXs is not in and of themselves, let me be clear, in and of themselves illegal. People go there with their guns, they shoot at targets, right? It's a kind of a weapons training, weapon safety, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Where she's recording everything.
Yes.
And if I speak too fast, she's gonna slow me down. Okay.
Step one.
It's also about survival, yes? And, medical kind of training, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so FTXs in and by themselves are not illegal, yes?
in and of themselves.
Okay.
Correct.
How many people, if you know, attended Munich to go to an FTX?
I don't know.
What
I did
about, I'm sorry?
I did not.
Okay. So you went to the Luther FTX, correct?
Correct.
How many people were at Luther? Who attended Luther to, do the FTX?
How many people were there?
Yeah, roughly.
Roughly 20.
20?
Maybe slightly less.
Okay. But not everybody at the Luther FTX was arrested, correct?
That's correct.
Not everybody at the Luther FTX knew about the plan, correct?
Correct.
And so those individuals participating in the FTX in and of themselves are not doing anything illegal, correct?
The way you're phrasing it, yes, sir, I agree.
Okay. Now, you yourself said that you had participated in one of the kill houses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that a live fire kill house that you participated in?
I participated, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you participating in an FTX or were you participating in part of the plan to kidnap the governor?
I was acting in my capacity as an undercover.
Okay. But in a regular FTX or in an FTX associated with the plan to kidnap the governor?
Sir, I never had the intent to follow through with this.
I'm not asking that question. My question is, did you participate in an FTX with knowledge that the others were actually involved in this training plan exercise to kidnap the governor?
Can you repeat your question, sir?
Sure. You participated in an FTX, a kill house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It was just a regular FTX, correct?
How do you mean, sir?
Well, and that's fair. At the one that you participated in, and that was in Cambria, if I remember correctly.
I participated in the kill house at both.
At both. Okay, let's start with Cambria. Your testimony is that the plans were developed in Cambria at some point in time to kidnap the governor?
My testimony is that Mr. Fox had a plan to assault the Michigan State Capitol and potentially kidnap legislators and or the governor.
So that was the only plan at Cambria?
As far as that, yes.
Okay. And you participated in the kill house at Cambria?
I did.
Okay. Well, did any part of the kill house in Cambria resemble any part of the Capitol? In other words, were schematics of the Capitol passed out? Yes or no?
Your question is, were schematics of the Capitol?
Schematics passed around for people before they engaged in this FTX. Were they passed out at the Cambria FTX?
No.
Okay. Were targets identified as to the number of Capitol Police, Michigan State Police, or law enforcement identified for purposes of target shooting at the Cambria FTX?
No.
Okay. Was the Capitol supposed to be a daytime or a nighttime operation?
I don't think that had been determined.
Okay. So in terms of the detailed plan at Cambria, it was never discussed openly with the people participating at that FTX, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because some folks there who were not arrested were just participating in an FTX, right?
Correct.
And I didn't ask you, an FTX is?
Field training exercise.
Okay, where people go on properties and they practice being G.I. Joe with their guns, right? The regular folk who are not part of a different plan.
I don't know if I'd phrase it quite like that, but
Okay. I use G.I. Joe. I don't know why I use G.I. Joe. I don't have any military background, so forgive those who are in the military, but they kind of go and they shoot, right?
That's one of the activities. Yes.
Okay. Now, the Knowles were at Cambria, correct?
Yes, sir.
They weren't arrested after the Cambria FTX, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then more of the plans were developed at Luther, correct?
Correct.
Okay, at least that was the intent, because I think we heard testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, that there were some problems formulating the plans and getting agreement on the plans between Fix, Croft, and Fox, correct?
I would agree that the plans were further solidified at Luther. I don't know anything about the
Okay.
issues that you're speaking of with Croft, Fix, and
Okay, so, because in Cambria, we have the Capitol, correct?
correct.
Apparently, the home on the island, Mackinac Island, was Xed off the list, correct?
By the time of Luther?
By the time of Luther? Okay. And so now we're at Luther in September, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this point in time, we don't know if the plan included a nighttime attack extraction or a daytime attack or extraction, correct?
I did not. No, sir.
You did not know.
Correct.
And you were there the whole time at Luther?
Yes, sir.
And you were recording the whole time at Luther?
Let me correct that.
Please.
I think there were folks that went to, after the surveillance, a number of the folks returned to the campsite at Luther. I wasn't present at that campsite again until 10 a.m. approximately
Okay,
that next morning.
okay, fair enough. And again, during the FTX, you were present on the first day, September 12th of the FTX, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so for purposes of this live fire or these drills or the clearinghouse or the clearing of the rooms, were any plans distributed of the governor's vacation home at any point in time during the first day?
Not that I received.
Well, were you aware, were you
Not that I was
watching?
aware of.
Okay. You're an FBI agent. I assume you're looking to see what people are doing, right? In
Yes.
other words, Fox and Croft weren't like handing out plans of the governor's home for purposes of the attack, were they?
That's fair.
Okay.
Not that I saw.
Were there any sheets or anything else involving how many people regarding a detail would be at the governor's home? In other words, they got 2 law enforcement out in the front, and they got 2 law enforcement in the back, and there's 1 in the house. There was no talk of any detail being present, or the number of detail being present for purposes of this attack. That was not discussed at Luther, was it? And if so, where would it be on your recording?
Yeah, it's in one of the recordings.
I'm talking specifically about the number, not who would be there, but the number of people would be there so that the plan could be successfully executed.
Yes.
Okay.
That was
What number were you given and by whom regarding the security detail or law enforcement being at the governor's home for purposes of the attack?
during the ride from the Luther FTX site to the Cadillac Walmart. Fox discussed seeing one or having one MSP protective detail SUV there, and he believed there may be 1 or 2 troopers in the house and 1 or 2 on the grounds.
Okay, but he was speculating, correct?
Based on what he'd seen, yes.
Okay. Based on what he's seen, when did he see this detail at the governor's home?
That's what he said.
Well, you were with him. You were tasked to be with him, correct?
Well, I wasn't there during the daytime surveillance, sir.
Okay. Well, did you receive any information that security detail were there during the?
No, sir. I didn't.
Okay. In fact, the governor had left that residence in June. She never went back after June, correct?
That I don't know, sir.
You don't have no idea.
No.
Is that like one of those things you can't say out loud?
What's that mean?
When did she leave her residence? Why would the governor be there when these plans are going on?
I don't know. I wasn't coordinating with that part of the case. I don't know where the governor was.
And I'm just asking a question. Why would the Bureau allow a daytime or nighttime surveillance if the governor's at her home there?
Yeah, it's a good point. They wouldn't, they shouldn't.
They would never have overlooked that, would they?
I would hope not.
She was not there. She exited early, right?
Yeah, I'm sure she wasn't there during the nighttime surveillance. I don't know when or where she comes and goes.
Okay,
So-
fair enough. Now, at the Luther FTX, was there a plan of how many pontoon boats or boats that would be used in this amphibious Birch Lake attack?
Yes.
How many boats were?
Mr. Fox talked about it being a 2-boat attack, essentially attacking from the water. And potentially having other people on foot flanking, and then stealing a boat from the governor's residence.
Did the governor have a boat outside her residence?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
Yes.
Did FBI coordinate with you saying, hey, listen, she does have a boat out there. We got to stop these guys. Anything like that happen?
No, sir.
So you don't even know if there was a boat out there or not?
I do not.
But yet you're on a recon mission all around the area, but you have no idea what's in the water outside the back of her house, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That wasn't part of my tasking.
Okay. It might have been important?
It was covered by the other members of the surveillance team,
Okay.
as I understood it.
Okay. But when you all came back to debrief regarding the recon, did anybody talk about the number of boats behind? And nothing like that was ever discussed, was it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then it would be fair to say that the Knolls didn't know anything about the amphibious attack?
No, sir, that's not fair.
Okay. That's not correct?
No.
When did they learn about the amphibious attack?
Mr. Fox, in one of the clips that was played, Mr. Fox references it.
Okay. Tell the jury, when was this attack supposed to take place?
It hadn't been said.
Okay.
No date certain had been set.
Weren't they looking at pontoon boats for this amphibious attack?
I don't.
You did not see the pictures of the pontoon boats?
No, sir, I did not.
You haven't seen any of the exhibits regarding pontoon boats?
No, sir, I
What
wouldn't.
kind of boats were supposed to be taken on this amphibious attack?
That I do not know.
Okay. All the while, correct me if I'm wrong, you're still assessing, you're doing a threat assessment, a real threat assessment regarding what people are discussing and saying regarding this attack, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you're telling us today you have no idea what boats were to be used or how they were to be gotten?
I do not know what boats were to be used.
Okay.
That's correct. No one ever showed me any photographs during the course of the case.
Okay. What about was it just one phase because it was the attack was supposed to come through the water, get in the house, and then end up in Lake Michigan, correct?
That was my understanding of the latest.
Okay. How was that supposed to be accomplished? Do you know?
How do you mean, sir?
Well, we've talked about I guess the first phase of the amphibious.
Yep.
Then we have the assault, the extraction. How is the second phase supposed to be completed? How are they going to get from the governor's house to Lake Michigan?
That I don't know.
That was never discussed, was it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The signal car,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Higgins, Mr. Franks, and Mr. Garbins were in the signal car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in the spotter car, that was Mr. Fox, CHS Dan,
Yes, sir.
Undercover Red,
Yes, sir.
Croft,
Yes, sir.
and Steve Robeson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it be fair for the jury to understand that the lookout car was not originally planned?
I think the original plan was 2 cars, yes.
2 cars. Okay. Because of the size of the Knolls, no offense, gentlemen, there were supposed to be 2 cars on this trip, not 3, correct? Correct?
Yes, the
Okay.
original.
And so you were in a position where you had to absorb the Knolls in your car, correct? At the request of Mr. Fox.
Yes,
Do you understand?
I think so.
They didn't fit in the other 2 cars, so therefore you needed a 3rd car to take them around, yes?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So if the original plan is for 2 cars, That would be the signal car and the spotter car. The lookout car was an added car because they couldn't fit in the original two cars, correct?
I think Mr. Fox had more people willing to attend the surveillance than he originally planned.
But if they were only to be in two cars, that leaves out the lookout car, correct? Because the original two cars were going to be the spotter and the signal car.
I don't know if I agree with that, sir.
Okay. Well, which of the signal, the spotter cars were to be the lookout cars if there were only supposed to be two cars?
I don't think that was ever discussed.
It was never discussed, right?
Yes.
Because the original job was signal and spotter, and that was it.
That wasn't discussed at the time I learned about the two cars.
It was decided in the parking lot at Ambeth that the Knoll brothers couldn't fit in the cars, in the spotter car or the other car, correct?
Yes, correct. There were
Okay.
too many participants
Right.
to fit in two cars.
Well, Fox said that they couldn't fit. Do you mind, Mark, taking the Knolls? And you said yes, right?
Yes,
Okay, because it was your car, right?
yes.
Okay. In fact, you're the one who were given the radio. Who gave you the radios? Was that CHS Dan who gave you the radios? Or was that Undercover Red who gave you the radios?
I don't specifically recall who handed me the radio.
Okay. Well, it wasn't the Knoll brothers because they were already in the car, right?
True,
Okay, so somebody provided you with those radios, yeah?
correct.
Okay, and it was your car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your car didn't have a tracker on it, did it?
No, sir.
Okay. So for purposes and for the jury's understanding, the other two cars, everybody knew where those went, correct? Because they had trackers or they had some form of GPS location on them or no?
That I don't know.
You don't know. Fair enough. But your car didn't have any specific GPS or tracking on it, right?
My understanding is the GPS data from my phone didn't pull for whatever reason.
Okay. Because the original plan that night was that the Knolls weren't supposed to be in your car. That's why it was never tracked as a third car as part of this operation, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. So just for the jury's understanding today, there is no evidence, there is no tracking, there is nothing to say where you drove that night by scientific evidence, correct?
By scientific evidence, that's correct.
Okay. We just have your word
And the recordings, yes, sir.
and the recordings.
Where I mentioned
Okay.
going past the
Okay.
governor's road.
Right. Now, and we didn't see it out there, and I understand, but when you had asked the Knolls if they wanted to go down to see the governor's house, they said no, right? Correct? No, I'm asking
I
him.
think you get that part of not.
Right, that's the part that was not played.
That's the
Well,
way-
I'm just asking the witness a question. You asked the Knolls,
Hang on one second.
I'm sorry, Jim.
Let's restate the questions and then.
Will do. You asked the Knolls if they wanted to go by and see the governor's house, yes or no?
I don't recall,
You don't recall?
no.
Okay. Would that have been something you would have asked?
I don't think so.
Okay.
My instructions were not to go down that road.
Okay. But that wasn't, my question was, did you ever offer to the Knolls, would you like to go down or drive by the governor's home, yes or no?
No,
Are you certain about what you're testifying to here right now?
no, sir.
You're not certain about it?
I'm not certain whether I said that or not, but I don't believe I did, no.
Okay. You did review the recordings before coming in here?
I did.
Okay. What about the bridge? Didn't you identify the bridge that was supposed to be blown up with the Knolls? Didn't you say, hey, by the way, there's the bridge? Did you ever bring that up in conversation with the Knolls?
I don't recall, I may have.
Okay, and their response, Bill Knowles' response was, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see any bridge. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
And you're telling us today you've reviewed all these recordings before coming in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I could just have a moment. You had testified that the surveillance didn't begin until after leaving the AMVET parking lot, correct?
Correct.
In fact, I think you testified before that the ride from Luther to the AMVET, that was not part of the surveillance,
That's-
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had indicated that you were tasked by Mr. Fox to be a lookout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If I were to say it was CHS, Confidential Human Source, Dan who tasked you, how would you respond to that? If you want me to ask the question again, I will.
Yes, please.
Did Fox or CHS Dan task you with your lookout assignment?
Fox.
Fox.
Yes, sir.
Are you certain of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everything's being recorded.
Yes, sir.
You understand that,
Yes,
right? And you understand who Dan is. I'm not going to use his last name, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Did CHS Dan ever task you with what to do that night?
Potentially, yes, sir.
What do you mean? No, what's potentially meaning what?
He may have.
His answer was potentially.
Okay,
He may have,
That's
yes.
the answer. It would be a follow-up question. So we want to phrase this no.
okay. Did CHS Dan task you with, in your car with lookout responsibilities, yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. So we have Fox tasking you, okay, and now we have a confidential human source employed by the FBI to task you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why is Dan, a confidential informant, tasking your car?
My understanding was doing the best at the behest of Mr. Fox.
Okay. But if you just got the task from Mr. Fox, why is Dan now telling you what to do after you get the instruction from Mr. Fox?
I don't know.
It's not the job of a confidential human source to provide information for tasking on a surveillance, is it?
It might be.
That would be helping out the situation, wouldn't it, from a confidential human source employed by the FBI?
Well, again, similar to what I was saying, he's got a, let me rephrase that. He might, to maintain his bona fides, to maintain the legend that he has been operating under, he may.
Okay. But he was the last person who tasked your vehicle. And I'm saying this specifically, it was first Fox and then Dan had tasked, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you not understand the original task by Mr. Fox, that Dan had to step in and give you instructions?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you not, you were tasked by Mr. Fox, correct?
Correct.
Did you understand that task?
I did.
Why is then Dan now tasking you guys if you understood the task from Mr. Fox?
I don't know.
Is it possible Fox didn't task you guys? It was CHS Dan who did that?
No, sir.
Okay. So if I understand your testimony correctly, an informant for the FBI is tasking the individuals in your car, Mike Knoll, Bill Knoll, and you, with surveilling recon as part of this plan.
Doing the lookout.
Okay, so you're being tasked by an informant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Knolls never provided the radios, correct?
They did not provide the
They didn't offer their personal cell phones for purposes of this recon, correct?
No,
Do you know what I mean by
I
that?
don't.
Because at some point in time, the radios weren't working, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, there was some discussion that the radios would go out of range after about 2 or 3 miles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this before or after you left the AMVET parking lot?
I think I discovered it before.
beforehand. Okay. In fact, you contact Adam Fox via your cell phone on a wire chat saying, what comms don't seem to be working. If you need to get a hold of me, contact you on your cell phone, correct?
Yes,
He was not contacting the Knoll brothers on any devices at that point in time because the comms were down, correct?
he was not. You are
Okay.
correct.
So now you're coordinating with Mr. Fox relative to this recon and surveillance, correct?
Yes,
You are an FBI agent.
I am.
Okay. So you're driving. They didn't give you any gas money, did they?
No.
Okay. They didn't.
What do you mean by that?
Thank you, Judge. The Knolls didn't tell you, excuse me, the question of gas, the Knolls didn't give you any gas money,
They
right?
did not.
Okay. And they didn't like tell you where to drive, did they?
No,
Okay. So you were the one who was driving in the area, correct?
I was behind the wheel. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did CHS Dan task you with the area you were to drive in?
No.
Okay. But the Knoll brothers weren't asking you, drive around the lane. They never said that, did they?
They did not say that.
Okay. And they didn't say drive past her house, did they?
That was part of the tasking that we received.
But they didn't ask you, since you were driving, to drive by the house, correct?
They didn't ask me.
Okay. And they didn't say, we'd like to see the boat launch. They didn't ask you to drive by the boat launch, did they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, they didn't ask you to drive by any critical points relative to this plan to attack and kidnap the governor, did they?
That wasn't the tasking that we were given.
Okay, I understand that, but they didn't like volunteer as being participants in this to tell you, an FBI agent undercover at the time, what to do, did they?
No, sir.
Okay. They didn't have any nighttime binoculars, did they?
No, sir.
Daytime binoculars. And the reason I'm saying nighttime binoculars, it gets dark out at night, doesn't it? It's almost pitch black in certain areas, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And so relative to cars, seeing cars, how are you even able to identify cars if it's like pitch black out? How would you know the difference between a sheriff's car and someone driving home from work that night? How would you know the difference?
Headlights.
Headlights?
Whether the car has lights on it, a light package.
Well, I would assume all cars have lights on it driving in pitch
On
black.
top.
Oh, on the
Red
top?
racks.
Okay.
The emergency vehicle.
Okay.
package.
But it was pitch black. We've seen some pictures and it was pitch black that night.
It was very dark. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know where you drove that night?
The general vicinity?
The
Yes.
general vicinity. Tell the jury what that means. What's the general vicinity? What does that mean?
We would have left the Easy Mart parking lot.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but you preface things we would have left.
I'm sorry.
Oh, and forgive me for interrupting, but every time you say that, I get concerned, okay? Go ahead, please continue.
In this instance, what I meant was the Knoll brothers and I would have left the Easy Mart parking lot. As I talked about on direct, we would have driven around Elk Rapids generally until we got a signal from one of the other vehicles to begin surveilling. I would have driven out along 31, turned onto Williams, went past Timberlake, driven in that area. I turned around at one point in a tennis court area, which I think is off Carnes or Carn. I may be mispronouncing it, probably am. Headed back towards the governor's roadway. And then we're in that area of Williams, Birch Lake, Timberlake Drive and 31. And that's what I mean by general vicinity.
Can you tell the jury how many times at night that you had been in that general vicinity before the night or the early morning hours of September 13th?
I had not been there before.
So when you say general vicinity, you're not even familiar with the roads or the area, are you?
At the time?
At the time?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and it's really hard to see Birch Lake from the roadway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see the lake from the roadway at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't know this area at all because you'd never been up there at night specifically trying to scope out the area as an FBI agent to see where you're at, right?
I didn't know that area at all, sir.
Okay. So when you say general vicinity, I think I was in the area. I don't know if I was in the area. Wouldn't that be a more accurate statement?
No, sir.
Okay. You were driving around for 45 minutes or so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you weren't stationed at either the boat launch, where the spotter car was, where the signal car was, to provide any type of backup? In other words, communicating to another car. I see law enforcement, I see a couple of cars. You didn't do any of that, did you? In other words, you weren't in the vicinity, the near proximity of the spotter car or the other car, correct? You weren't like down the block or at least even a half mile away, were you?
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to nitpick with you, but general vicinity is, or vicinity, near vicinity. We were in the area, but you're right, we weren't on the same block. Yeah.
What's the closest you got to the spotter car that night? If you know.
We would have passed the drive as they were going down it, so, but that's the signal car. The spotter car, several hundred yards probably at some point.
Did you see the spotter car? They had their lights on.
I did.
I'm sorry, you saw it? Okay. Is that on any of your radio traffic? Any of your recordings that, hey, I see the spotter car? None of that's on your radio traffic, is it?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Okay, okay. In other words, hey, spotter car, we got your backup, I saw the taillights. None of that, for purposes of recon, is recorded by you, is it?
That's correct.
Okay. And same with the signal car.
No, there's no.
There's nothing regarding warning or we got your back or there's no cars in the area. You and the Knolls never communicated to either the spotter or the signal car regarding anything going on. Even coast is clear, right?
Correct, there was nothing going on.
Okay, but you didn't even communicate coast is clear, or the Knolls didn't communicate coast is clear, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Didn't you hand the radio to Bill Knoll and tell him how to respond on the radio? Correct?
Yes, sir.
He didn't even know how to use the radio, correct? He was having a problem using it?
I don't remember having that.
Okay.
Problem.
Where are those radios today?
That I don't know, sir.
You have no idea.
Yes, sir.
So radios used in a recon mission to kidnap the governor, you're telling a jury you have no idea where these radios are today as we sit here in trial?
That wouldn't be part of my responsibility.
Okay. Well, who did you give them to after the mission?
I would have returned them to the whether it was CHS Red or UC Red or CHS Dan, they would have gone, or Mr. Fox, it would have gone back in those.
But you have no idea. You're telling us today you have no idea.
I would have returned it to the folks that were in the spotter car.
But you used that phrase, you would have.
I did.
You did?
I did.
Okay. And when did you do that?
During the debrief portion of the
Okay.
debrief.
Is any of that covered or recorded on any of your recordings? Yes or no?
Yes.
Hear the radios?
I don't know if I said that, but.
Hear the comms?
I don't know if it would have captured me physically, it would not have captured me physically returning the radios.
Even thanks, hear the radios that you guys provided us? None of that exists on any recording, does it, sir?
I don't know that one way or the other, sir.
About how many miles in this 45 minutes did you drive? You know, folks, sometimes when they go out for a drive, they'll look at a speedometer and they'll think, I realized I drove 20 miles or 40 miles or 60 miles. Please tell the jury on this really important mission, how many miles you drove during that 45-minute period. How do you know that?
I'm estimating our speed at the time and estimating it over 45 minutes.
You never checked your speedometer, did you?
I would have been
I mean,
within
the mileage meter.
I did not check the other.
Okay. you nor the Knolls were taking field notes regarding the operation that night, correct?
Correct.
Field notes being, please explain to the jury.
Notes of observation.
Okay. Do you remember that during your ride that Bill Knoll had said he didn't know where he was going, they just dropped it on me, I was just going for a ride, you remember that?
Your Honor, at this point, just to say, I'll go a little bit earlier, but the statements counsel's trying to introduce hearsay statements. And it's a way really to try to get it.
That's the attorneys. What we're doing is going to do it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick break, quick break, and then I will come back and take some testimony. I'll rise for the break. The record reflect the jury's out of courtroom. I would say in front of them, but the objection will be sustained. Any such statements will be left out of the question because it obviously introduces that hearsay statement, even if it's not adopted by us. So anything before we take a short break, Mr. Jacks, Mr. Wilson? No, sir. Mr. Nante?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack? Okay, I think we have everybody back. Just to let folks know, I got a note from the jury requesting a little bit longer of a lunch. Individually, so we're going to make some mortgage payments. So I think what we'll do is take 2 hours today, which is additional time. It's fine. Some of these it's shown anyway, so that'll be additional time. Okay.
What time would you like to break for lunch?
Well, we think the food's going to be ready in about a half hour-ish, and then still getting it back here still at roughly an hour, 45 minutes. Are you wondering where to stop?
No, I'm sorry. When does the court plan on breaking for lunch?
Well, I don't know. Sometime around quarter to 1, perhaps.
Quarter to 1, okay.
Depending on what time we get here.
Okay. I didn't know. I just
No, that's
thought
fine.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm just, I would like to have my cross-examination in one chunk and then split up.
Okay. Depending on the time, Mr. Mayor.
I think I'm going to do much longer. I'm not going to do much. I don't think I'll do much longer.
Then I'll have to be able to, my apologies, just based on our.
Unless my brother attorneys can. If I did time.
There's still 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so Bill can get his friends. Mr. Barnett can get his friends.
All rise for the jury, please. be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First thing, we got the note yesterday. Second part is recall there was an objection to I excuse you. That was sustained by the court, so it's very disregard a question or any comment. So not the only go back.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I didn't, can I call you Asian? Is that okay? Okay. Just don't call you late for dinner, as I would usually say to my mom. So, I had used the time frame before 45 minutes from the end that to the debriefing, and I apologize for that because we timestamped everything. I have from, and this is a question, from after you leave ANVET 11:24, you return at 11:57. Would that be more accurate? Because that's about a half hour, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Would that be more accurate than the 45 minutes?
Probably, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, during the surveillance period of time, would you agree, because you've reviewed your recordings, that the word cop is used 8 times? Would that be fair?
I didn't count that.
You didn't
sir.
count? Okay. In fact, would you agree that the last reference to a police officer is at 10:30 p.m.? Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't know, sir.
You don't know?
I didn't review the
Okay.
recording for that, no, sir.
In fact, the word law enforcement, based on your recordings, is never mentioned in any of these recordings, correct? In your recordings regarding the surveillance. Would that be accurate or not accurate? The word law enforcement. In other words, look out for law enforcement. That word is not in there, is it?
Law enforcement, it would not surprise me if that is correct, sir. I
Okay.
don't know one way or the other, but it seems
Okay.
like a pretty awkward term to use. So yes, I
Okay.
doubt it's there.
Okay. In fact, the word Michigan State Police is not used in any of your recordings for purposes of looking out for Michigan State Police, correct?
If that's what you're telling me, sir, I'd accept that representation. Yes, sir.
But you're the one testifying, and I don't know,
I understand.
and I respect your statement, but I'm asking you,
To the best of my
okay?
knowledge, yes, sir.
Because I don't want the jury walking away thinking, well, the lawyer said that, and the lawyer statements aren't questioned, because the judge is going to get instruction, saying, my questions to you aren't evidence. The word Michigan State Police is not used in the recordings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The word sheriff, for purposes of tasking, looking for sheriff's department, the word sheriff is not mentioned, correct?
Correct.
The word suspicious is used by you
Yes, sir.
and only you, correct?
That, I didn't review the recordings to see
Okay.
who said suspicious.
In fact, there was some laughter about some vehicle passing, correct? And you were like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I look suspicious. Do you recall making that statement?
No, sir.
Okay. So, but you made the statement suspicious.
I recall saying that it looked suspicious or looked,
Okay.
for lack of a better term, funky, which I guess suspicious is a better term, suspicious sitting in that parking lot two abreast.
Okay. But you're the author of the statement suspicious, or the word suspicious, correct?
I used that word.
Okay. So for purposes of tasking, either Adam Fox or CHS Dan, they do not use the word suspicious vehicle or suspicious, correct?
That I couldn't tell you, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, sir.
Okay. Because that would have been recorded, and if there was a recording of that, right?
I didn't review the recordings for the word suspicious.
Okay, okay. Kind of a big word in a surveillance, would you agree? Suspicious? Yes or no? Looking out for
I don't know
suspicious
if I-
vehicles?
I don't know if I understand a big word.
Yeah, well, when you're talking recon and surveillance, looking out for suspicious vehicles would kind of be like one of the major things of a lookout, right?
Sure, but there are different ways to say suspicious that
But you can't tell us today whether or not you were tasked with, either by Adam Fox or CHS Dan, to look out for suspicious vehicles, can you?
Are you saying, did either of them use the word suspicious?
Yes, sir.
I cannot tell you.
You can't tell me.
Correct.
Oh. The term county is only used 5 times, yes, during the surveillance period or during the ride up and the ride back?
I didn't review my recordings to see how many times the word county is used.
Okay. In fact, Franklin County is referenced twice, yes or no?
I don't know, sir.
Montcalm County, south of here, is referenced only 3 times, correct?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. The word signal is never mentioned or never recorded by you, correct? The word signal.
It's never mentioned by me. That's correct.
That's correct. And it's not in any of your recordings, signal car?
The use of the word signal card, no, sir. I would not
Okay.
have said signal card.
That is not in the recordings, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The word lookout is not used or not in your recordings. Actually, it's a compound question. The word lookout is not used, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's not in your recordings, correct?
Correct. Other words were used to indicate lookout.
Okay, but the word lookout's not used.
Correct.
Okay. The word trooper, as in state trooper, Michigan State Trooper, the word trooper is not used, correct?
Sir, I did not review the recordings to see how many times, if
Okay.
ever, I used the word trooper.
I'm asking, was the word trooper ever used at all?
I don't know. sir.
Okay, fair enough. The route that night regarding what you have described as the surveillance, you're the one who picked that route, correct? You're the one who determined the route, yes or no?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
While you were with the Knowles, there was no future talk about recons or surveillance to be conducted in the future, correct?
True. Correct.
Thank you for your testimony, Agent. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Call,
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mark. How are
Good
you?
afternoon. Fine, sir. How are you?
Very good. Can I refer to you as agent?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, thank you. Agent, how many times have you testified in these cases without saying where, whatever level?
5 times.
5 times, okay. And you said you listened to your tapes before today?
Yes.
And when did you do that?
Through the course of the last few years, over the course of those times that I've testified, sir, prior to testifying on multiple occasions.
Okay. You read through your testimony that you've given in those 5 cases as well?
I have.
And has your testimony been consistent throughout this case?
Yes, sir.
And so it should match up today as well?
Yes.
And are you going by memory today from 3 years ago, which would be good? Or is it more from your recollection and refreshing your memory, or both?
Both, sir.
Okay, so there's things you remember probably very well and others you need a refresher.
That's fair, sir, yes.
And you've looked at, again, police reports probably as well.
The reports of the investigation, yes, sir.
And are those your reports or other reports?
Both, sir.
So transcripts, reports, and recordings.
Yes, sir.
Anything else to prepare you for today?
Demonstratives, but that would be about it. Yeah, I think we've covered most of it.
Okay, so anytime you're out in the field, it looks like you do a couple different jobs, but you do some undercover work. You are, I'm sure, getting briefed before you go in and briefed after.
Yes, sir. So typically there's a briefing beforehand and then there would be a debrief meeting afterwards. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you do the debriefing after they brief you before kind of thing, possibly?
No, sir. Typically there's a briefing. I'll go do the meet and then the debriefing, which is mostly me telling them what transpired during the meeting.
Okay, maybe vice versa before that?
There may be some what to expect from the case agents prior to the undercover meeting. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you indicated this is dangerous work at times.
Yes, sir.
And that the crimes there's physical danger for you.
Can be, yes, sir.
And it would be dangerous for anyone to be around these people that you work with.
Depending on who it is, yes, sir.
In this case, that's, I think, what you testified about though, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So then they're so dangerous, you have to play along with them.
I don't know if I agree with the term play along, but I have to develop a legend like I talked about on direct.
Okay. And actually all these guys, all people have legends, don't they? There's life story.
I guess that's a way of looking at it. Sure. Yeah.
Whether it's true or a false legend, right?
That's one way of looking at it. Yes, sir.
And some people have a false legend that's they use as their true legend, probably, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
I'll move along. So Dan would also be in the position that you were, as far as I call it playing along, or
I mean, he's acting, I'm not sure I understand your question, sir. How are you saying he's in the same position I am?
well, he has to, I'll use my words, play along for his own protection.
He is not telling people that he is working with the FBI. That's correct.
He has to fit that legend as well, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
And part of the legend would not be, hey, I'm going to the police, or I'm nervous about this, and or I can't be trusted, any of those types of things, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Your legend, a legend wouldn't be very useful if you were not trusted, correct?
Okay. So anybody that's rubbing up next to Adam Fox, for example, he's in a tight spot for his safety, isn't he? He or she?
Adam Fox was a dangerous individual. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So you'd want to not raise suspicion to yourself if you had to be with him, you or any citizen.
Any person that's working in conjunction with the FBI?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How about any citizen that's just maybe hearing him spouting off some of his crazy ideas and they're standing right there?
Are they in immediate physical danger? Is that what you're asking me?
If they don't go along, if they don't say the right thing, if they act inappropriately, that puts him at a suspicious level?
Sure, yes.
Yeah. All right. And you indicated that you stay in contact with these people.
Mr. Fox?
Yeah, that's part of your job generally, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't just drop off the side of the earth after meeting them until maybe you're done with your investigation and they're ready for an arrest.
So as long as the undercover operation is going on.
So
Yes.
it's real important to stay in touch with them as it moves along. And continue that contact.
It would be part of what I'm doing as an undercover. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And you did that with Mr. Fox.
I did.
You have training. You went to a multi-week training.
Correct. Yes,
So
sir.
you have an advantage over regular citizens that are maybe in the same spot that we just talked about, getting a little too close for comfort with some of these guys.
Again, sir, I'm not sure what you mean by regular citizens.
People without training.
I'm having trouble envisioning the scenario that you're trying to give me, so I apologize, but.
Okay. But without your training, you could imagine how hard it would be for someone else that's not had that training and they get put in the same spot and they realize, holy crud, this guy's
Well, I think
dangerous.
no, sir, a regular person could extricate themselves from that. They could get out of it. They don't have to maintain contact with somebody like Adam because they can go away and never contact Adam again, whereas I'm trying to be part of an investigation into his activities, and I can't as easily go away for the purposes of the investigation.
Right, wouldn't that draw suspicion and going off the side of the earth,
No, sir.
disappearing? You don't think so?
No, sir.
So your part started because Detroit contacted you.
Correct.
They had heard from one of the undercover online people, which was your fake girlfriend, and eventually.
So no, sir. They had heard from, I believe CHS Dan had reported that Mr. Fox had made some statements that were concerning about violent action directed at the state legislature.
So there was an online undercover though.
There was, that's true. Yes,
I
sir.
think you said it was a female.
Yes, sir.
And that person then reached out to Amanda Keller.
She had already been in touch with Amanda Keller, but yes, sir.
And you were to be the imaginary boyfriend or the proposed boyfriend of imaginary online undercover?
The OCE's boyfriend, yes, sir.
Okay. So you met Mr. Fox on 7/3.
I did.
And within 8 days, you're at Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
You already gained trust with him, from him.
Yes, sir.
You were invited by 8/1, 20-something days later. You're in Bellevue with Mr. Fix.
Yes, sir.
And you're at Luther by 9/12 and 9/13.
Correct.
And you're in the vac shack pretty soon right after that, or where was that?
No, sir. That was the July 3rd meeting, my initial meeting. with
Okay.
Fox.
So that was your first meeting, was in the basement of the vacuum cleaner repair shop.
Yes, sir.
And that was your first meeting overall? He took you right downstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not a lot of operation security there, though, was there?
I disagree with you on that.
What I'm saying is he just meets you, he has a little relationship, and he's already got you downstairs, was my point, not necessarily taking your phone away.
Is there a question?
I was trying to explain my prior question, see if he had a different answer. He disagreed with
Do
you.
you have a different answer based on the context that was provided on this part?
No, sir.
And originally, there was talk about legislators and the police and doing something to those people, right?
Talk about doing something to the legislators, excuse me. Yes.
Okay. You said, I think, police as well, but was it just the legislators?
So Adam had talked about police, and if they got in, he was not going to go out and kill police indiscriminately, but if they got in the way of his plan, he would be willing to kill police officers. Yes, sir. So there were police officers.
Anybody not falling in line with his plan was in danger.
I think when he was talking about kidnapping these state legislators, yes, if there were armed resistance, yes, he planned to kill them.
Okay. this was the same gentleman that went into the Capitol with his gun on April 30th of this same year, right?
I believe so. I don't know. I believe based on my background briefing that was something that was mentioned to me. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if he were so dangerous, can you explain why the FBI wouldn't have arrested him on April 30th and, or at least stopped him from going in, have contact and same presence as legislators, the state police as well?
I don't know if he had committed a federal crime at that point, sir.
So you went to, how did you get to Cambria, Wisconsin?
I drove.
Okay. Forgot to ask one question. Mr. Fox, he's not a keyboard warrior, so to speak.
Pardon me, sir?
He's not a keyboard warrior, the kind of guy that just writes some stuff and doesn't follow through, is just, you know, blowing steam.
I thought Mr. Fox was serious. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you drove yourself to Wisconsin, and that was on July 11th.
I did.
Did you meet Steve Robeson there?
I did.
Were you aware who organized the event?
I was not.
They didn't tell you who organized the event that you're going to as part of your briefing before?
I know Mr. Robeson was involved in the organization, but of the event, I don't recall. No, sir.
Which group put it on? Was it possibly be his, I'll call it militia?
Possibly.
He was the commander, was he not?
That I don't know, sir.
They didn't brief you on whether he was a commander?
Correct. They did not.
They didn't brief you on what militia was doing this?
Correct. Not that I recall.
They didn't brief you on who the organizer of the event was, right?
They may have told me Steve Robeson was put into the event together. I'm trying to remember whether he was the property owner or, yes, he was involved in the organization of the event. Yes.
Okay, he was kind of running the show from your observation point?
From my observations, he was involved in the organization of the event. Yes, sir.
Okay, but you indicated earlier to Mr. Nunzio, I believe, that you weren't sure who the property owner was.
That's correct, sir.
That in fact you were introduced to a property owner.
I was.
And that person wasn't Steve Robeson.
It was not.
You know Steve Robeson from his undercover informant work?
I was aware he was a confidential human source with the FBI, yes.
And you were aware of his violations of his admonitions?
No.
They didn't brief you that he had at least 3 weapons in his possession sometime during this case?
During the pendency of the case? No, sir. I think I heard about that following the undercover operation ending. I did hear about that following the undercover operation.
They didn't warn you about that and brief you that, hey, watch out for this guy?
They did not.
Did they tell you Steve Robeson's going to be there, Roby?
Yes.
Did you see Dan there?
I did.
Did Dan know you were undercover?
He did not.
Did you know Dan was undercover?
I knew he was a confidential human source. Yes, sir.
Were there other informants or undercover agents there beside you two?
Yes, sir.
And did Dan bring anyone with him? Did you see?
Yes,
that?
sir.
Who did he bring with him?
Members of the Wolverine Watchmen.
Okay. Were they supposed to be invited by Steve Robeson or whomever was putting this on?
That I do not know, sir.
You don't know that they weren't supposed to be there?
I assume they were supposed to be there because it didn't seem to be a problem, but I don't know who invited the Wolverine Watchmen.
Do you remember which Wolverine Watchmen were there?
Yes, sir. Caleb Franks, Daniel Harris, Ty Garvin, Paul Beller, and Brandon Cassert.
Barry Croft there?
He was.
How'd he get there?
I don't know, sir.
He didn't come with Jenny P?
I know who you're referring to. I don't know whether, I know they traveled together. I don't know whether he drove there or she drove there or how he arrived.
Okay. Did you know anything about a firearm between Jenny P. and Barry?
No, sir.
Jenny P. and Steve Robeson?
No, sir.
And what kind of vehicle did Dan come in, if you know?
I believe an SUV.
Is that, would he fit all those names in his vehicle?
I'm not sure if each one of those attendees traveled with Dan. The majority of them certainly did. At one point or another, I saw them in or around the SUV.
Did you see Steve Robeson talking to other people there?
Yes.
Were you privy to those discussions?
No.
You weren't privy to any discussion with Barry Croft?
When you say privy to any discussions with Barry Croft, what do you mean, sir?
Were you listening to any conversations Barry Croft had or was involved in?
Yes.
And were any of those involving Steve?
I don't recall, sir.
Were any of those regarding targets?
When you say targets?
Well, the targets before it sounded like were the legislators.
I don't recall any. I was not aware of any conversations between Barry Croft and Mr. Roberson about targets.
How about boats?
Say again, sir?
Did the boats come up? Did you hear anything about that?
No.
You haven't heard about boats at all today?
That's not what I'm saying, sir. You asked me, or I thought you were asking me if boats came up at Cambria. They did not.
I apologize. I didn't mean to misstate something. So it didn't come up at Cambria?
Boats did not come up at Cambria. Yes, sir. That is correct.
When did that come up?
The first time I was aware of a plan involving boats would have been August 1st, 2020.
Okay. So what activities did you have between 7/11, July 11, and 8/1?
I would have remained in contact with Mr. Fox by wire, but that would have been my next in-person meeting with him.
Okay, and it was important for you to do that to keep your relationship going?
To stay in contact with him? Yes, sir.
Yep, and to monitor what he's doing?
Yes, sir.
Make sure he's not going to do something crazy.
Yes, sir.
Something beyond just talk?
If something was imminent, yes, that's correct.
So you said you heard again about the boats on 8, what date in August?
8/1.
Thank you. So that was at the Bellevue meeting with Fix?
Yes, sir.
And who else was there?
Fix, Fox, Keller, Mr. Fix's wife or girlfriend.
Okay. And who was the proponent of the boat idea?
Trying to think who first said boat at that meeting. It would have been Mr. Fix or Mr. Fox.
Okay. And that was a different target than what might have been talked about before with legislators, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And or police. How did the Watchmen go from legislators, we'll say, because I think you were solid with that, to a different target?
I object to the, excuse me. I think it mischaracterizes the testimony about the Watchmen going from having a plan regarding legislatures to something that's discussed at this time.
Quick, Barnett,
Yes. We clearly hear a plan or some talk about legislators, and now we have boat talk. Somewhere in between there, something happened. And I'm just curious how.
Your question is, if you aware of what changed in that? I mean, there was testimony this morning about the plan and targets that we further across, and just trying to determine what the point of the heart of the question.
The heart of the question is, how did we get from point A to point B, or flip the page to a different target?
Okay, and you have objection to that?
Yes, Your Honor. My objection is specifically, I believe the testimony was that Fox's plan was regarding the legislature, targeting legislatures, and it developed from there. And the question included the Wolverine Watchman's plan being to target legislatures.
Okay. That'll be the same as to the party and the originating for the plan, because that's consistent testimony as it's outlined. So, I think you're free to ask another question if you wish about planning like that.
May I ask who planned the boat the target of the boat, which would have been Governor Whitmer?
If the agent is able to answer that question.
To my knowledge, Mr. Fox, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Fox did in fact go from legislators to the boat plan.
Yes, sir.
Did you know what happened to cause that or when that happened?
I don't know what happened to cause that. I think he didn't think the original plan was feasible and needed too many people to be involved in that original plan from what he discussed.
I don't want to hear what you think. I appreciate you offering your
I'm sorry,
opinions.
Mr. Fox had told me that he thought the original plan would be too resource intensive, both from a personnel standpoint and from a, weapons, people, money standpoint.
Okay, and that happened somewhere between 7/11 and 8/1.
Yes.
And then he was not arrested at that time because he's awfully serious, isn't he?
He is serious, yes, sir.
Why wasn't he arrested at that point in August?
We're continuing to gather evidence about plot, as well as other people who may be involved in plot.
Even though he's highly dangerous and could just go ahead and do something like this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So the watchman showed up. Do you know who paid for the trip, for their food, for their room and board?
No, sir.
You didn't get briefed on that?
No, sir.
And you don't know where ground zero was, where this plan became against Governor Whitmer, do you?
Ground zero meaning where it flipped or changed into a kidnapping? I do not, sir.
You weren't told in between 7/3 and 8/1?
No, sir.
You just heard about it for the first time at Fix's?
Yes, sir.
Fix's place in Bellevue. Thank you. So when you did go to Wisconsin, you participated in training.
I did.
You did the live fire.
I did.
And that's shooting.
It is.
Medical training.
Yes, sir.
You did, I'll call it weapon stuff.
Fair. Yes.
Weapon manipulation.
Yes, sir.
All right. So kind of they have weapon classes.
That was actually at Luther. So the things that took place at the Cambria were that kind of team shooting with laying down, suppressing fire and seeking cover. There was a general firing line where they did just some target practice. The participants of the group, medical training, and then that kill house exercise, the room clearing, breaching exercise.
Okay. Also known as shoot house.
Sure. Yes.
Nobody gets killed.
Hopefully not.
Nobody gets shot.
Well, no, I think that's
not always true.
Not always true. And I think the point of the exercise is to assault a building. And if there's a threat, to eliminate that threat.
Okay. But this is all, I say playing Army, but this is all practice and training, right?
It's training. Yes, sir.
These guys like to play Army, so to speak.
I wouldn't characterize it that way. No, sir.
And again, the reason you participated in both of these is because there's danger involved. You can't sit there in a lawn chair smoking a cigarette with your baseball cap on and sunglasses and not fit in.
Correct. I can't not participate.
Okay. And
it would be odd.
You've got a good skill set to fit right in.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You can shoot your weapon. You can handle yourself.
I'm fine. Yes, sir.
And again, the dangers up to and including death here with these folks.
Certainly.
And if you did sit on that lawn chair, you would arise suspicion if you didn't go along, right?
So it would arise suspicion and wouldn't allow me to continue to work as an undercover case. Yeah, they probably wouldn't invite me back, or they would lose contact with me.
Pretty much of the big picture outside, Luther, Wisconsin, kind of the same training things going on, right?
Very similar, yes, sir.
In fact, isn't there a standard or routine or some sort of pretty regular way that the trainings go as far as the militia communities involved?
That I'm not sure. It would seem so from those two events I attended.
And have you attended training events like that in the past, if you can say?
No, sir, I haven't.
Those are your two first, maybe only experiences?
Insofar as it relates to attending field training exercises in undercover, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct.
And somewhere along the line, you were asked to do surveillance of Mackinac Island.
Yes, sir.
And that was from Adam Fox.
It was.
And was that at Wisconsin he said that, or was that somewhere in between?
That was the August Belleville meeting.
Okay, we're up to 8-1.
Yes, sir.
Very good. How long did it take for your organizations to get these pictures into Adam's hands?
Not long. Would have been several days, a week or two at most.
Would it surprise you if August 26th was the date that they were exchanged?
It would not surprise me, no, sir.
So you said a couple days. Why were you?
I'll change that. I guess it took longer to get up to Mackinac than I assumed it would. So 3 weeks.
Okay. Then you're okay with giving this dangerous guy or your organization, what if you can speak for them?
I'm sorry, sir?
You're okay to give pictures like that to Adam Fox with what you knew?
Okay, meaning what, sir?
That it's not objectionable to do that.
No, sir. Again, he had tasked me with that, and as part of my role as the undercover, or one of the undercovers in the case, I wanted to continue to comply with his taskings, and that was what he had asked me to do. So, yes, sir, there was nothing objectionable about me doing that.
In fact, there were pictures all around the house. There's maps. There's locked door gateways. There's in and out, all of that stuff. That'd be pretty, that's pretty extensive, isn't it?
I guess I'm having a hard time characterizing pretty extensive.
Yeah, pretty extensive and in poor common sense to give that kind of information to Mr.
No, sir.
Dangerous, Adam Fox?
No, sir.
I'm wondering, is he really that dangerous then?
Was I wondering that? No, sir. I was convinced he was very dangerous.
So when did you see Adam after August 1st?
The Luther FDX, sir.
So August 1st going all the way to September 12th and 13th?
Correct.
How many participants were in that place? I think you said 20.
Approximately, yes, sir.
But if people signed in Wisconsin when they went, they get to the front door, they all sign their name. And
I don't remember signing in Wisconsin. I do remember signing in at Luther.
Okay, would you agree at least 29 people, not 20, signed in at Luther?
Yes.
And maybe more didn't sign in?
Yes.
So you said 20 people were there. That could be short, it's understandable, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of trees. Can you give us a little outline on this location?
Certainly, sir. It's a wooded area. It's very rural, pretty hilly, as I remember it. There's a camper home on the acreage. And again, there was three different stations set up. One was a weapons manipulation station. One was a kill house, shoot house, and the other one was a medical tent. So it was several acres, it appears to be.
A lot of trees.
A lot of trees, yes, sir.
Was there any road or any path or anything any road or any path going through?
A dirt road, yes, sir.
Okay. Besides that, it's basically woods, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Would you be able to make a drawing of that if I were asked you to just draw the square property, if it is square, and put where things were that you just talked about?
An approximate drawing, and I'm also a terrible artist, so I can give it a shot.
Renter, would it be, I think I can see some chalk here, would it be possible for the court to allow him just to give us a little sketch?
Well, why don't we just use the jury for a moment, and you can take whatever time, let's medium for that. All right, jury. Okay, everyone can be seated, the record can reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. In my preference would not be used chalkboard because we're going to memorialize it, and I think it would be better to be on a piece of paper at some time, that way it needs to be admitted for whatever purpose. Jay, go ahead. Okay, does anybody have any to the agent using that? Hang on one second, though, Agent, we need to clear up something else.
Of course, yeah.
Mr. Lawson, or Jeff?
Sure. Yeah, Judge, that's a better idea. Why don't we pull up the Google Earth view, probably be better.
Okay. Mr. Barnett, any objection to that, or does anybody else have any objection to that?
No.
And faster.
I can take a look at it. I'd rather do it.
Can we do that? Google or Google? And while we're doing that, I do need to talk to your attorney about something that I realized that I just didn't re-swear the witness today. It's not legally required to do it on a daily basis. Quite honestly, I do it more of a ceremonial thing, but I don't know that it would be noticed either way. So Agent, I guess you understand that you've been under oath the entire time you testified?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you testified consistent with that oath?
I have, Your Honor.
Would any of your answers change, knowing that the court and the parties expect you to be under oath?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Again, ceremonial is not legally required. Do any of the parties have any issue with that?
None.
Your Honor, if the witness can draw it and then go to Google Maps would probably be best, because putting the map there, I'm not sure when he's gonna identify the map. I don't even know what's in the map, quite frankly, but if he can do a general outline and then go to Google Map, then his memory is not necessarily refreshed by Google Map. I think that's what Mr. Barnett was going after.
I thought they meant use the Google map as what he would refer to.
Yeah.
Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, meaning he wouldn't draw it, they would just simply refer to the Google map. Is that
right?
I have no objection to the swearing in process.
Okay. Mr. Nunn, do you have any objection to that?
No.
It's not really required.
I would prefer you draw it because.
So actually, we got something that might actually be much more helpful.
Okay. That sounded very close, but okay.
Yeah.
It's just Canada.
I would prefer he draws it from his own memory if possible.
But, Phil, Agent, don't look up there for a second. Put it back? You can put it back on the TV, you're not gonna look at it.
Do we need all this?
And Mr. Barnett is being, let's go back on the record. You can finish typing.
Oh, it's okay.
No, let's go back on the record. The jury, and everyone can see it, sorry, I'm just standing, there's any chance I can't write on this. Especially 3 o'clock on Friday, as well, change. The record can reflect the jury is outside the courtroom. We had some discussion relative to potentially drawing reports. Decision is that if it's for general layout purposes, that's perfectly appropriate, but it's going to be discussed relative to distances that would be potentially inaccurate and confusing for the fact finder. Mr. Barnett, where did we end up with that?
I just make a formal request that he make a drawing. It doesn't have to have anything with distances. I'm not going to hold him. I just want to see the layout of where it is.
Sure.
I think that would be maybe a good compromise. Could he at least draw where everything was?
Sure, that's fine.
I won't hold him to that. I forgot I have just a couple questions leading up to the FTX about Walmart.
That's fine.
Observations.
Okay, so Dean going to be asked to generally provide the layout of the FTX at Luther, and the drawing will be referenced for layout purposes only, not for distance.
Perfectly well.
Okay. Any objection to that?
Not at all. Notice all counsel in court. On the redirect, we probably are going to do an exhibit. That'll be the Google Earth view that we all saw at the photograph.
Can you electronically send that to everybody?
Absolutely.
Mr. Nunn, do you have anything for you?
No, thank you.
Mr. Zach?
No, thank you.
Okay, all rise to the jury, and the cameras could go back a bit.
Hold on.
So we can bring in.
You don't need to see how to have the market show.
No, that's not. So do we have markers or not?
I do.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not.
I don't know.
Everybody's in the back, okay, the witness can come back and.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Sir.
Mark, thanks for doing that. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. We appreciate your willingness to do your best. I might ask at this time if you could use your phone and laser pointer and give us the once over, if you wouldn't mind, and what you've come up with. I note that you've turned sideways what might be sort of a poster board, but it's paper. You've used a magic marker. It looks black from here.
Yes, sir. And once again, I apologize to everybody. My drawing. So this is a dirt road running from a main road or a main arterial out here. Dirt road runs to some parking, which I've indicated with a P. And then there was a further path or road up further into the campsite to the trailer home, which I've indicated with T. There was a kill house or shoot house set up here that I've indicated with a K. This is the weapons manipulation station that I talked about on direct a little bit this morning. And then this is the medical station that was put up where the medical training is taking place generally there at Luther.
Okay, this is, you're not drawing Wisconsin there. This is Luther, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure, maybe this was already done, but is this map been marked and admitted as an exhibit?
It is not. It's only been used as a demonstrative exhibit. For demonstrative purposes.
Thank you.
Mark, stay twisted back there with your pointer.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I could head back there.
Yeah, I hadn't, I would just point out if council or anyone else needs to move to be able to see it, that's perfectly.
Thank you.
Try to speak up a little.
Yes, sir.
Not me, not you. It would be me. This again, as lower left-hand corner is what I'll just approximate it as.
Weapons manipulation station.
Okay, you're sure that wasn't opening there?
I am.
And this up and down is,
Medical tent, medical station.
okay. And is this road that has a P in the middle, which looks like parking, go all the way past this?
The path kind of peters out as it goes further up the hill.
Okay,
But yes, it does.
trailer,
No, sir, that's the kill house.
the trailer right here is P and K.
Correct.
Right, letters like I do, which is all right. T over there, what I would call the shoot house right there, but you've got a K on it, we'll go with that. Is that what was in the, your recollection of what everything was?
The, I hesitate to even call them structures, but yes, that's certainly a structure for trailer home, but yes, the points of.
Do you recall anything hooked up to the trailer?
Like what, sir?
Any apparatus whatsoever? Or next to the trailer?
There may have been a generator next to the trailer or something providing power.
What's between the, I'll call it trailer, it's actually camper trailer, whatever, in between that and the shoot house?
Space, open space.
Is it
This mostly is, I know we talked about that being a wooded area, but this is mostly open space.
Okay, but isn't there a hill directly between the shoot house and the trailer camper?
There's a hill that starts here, continues on up, and levels out here. And then the weapons manipulation station would have also been above.
Okay, you just said it was flat up there, and it was all flat, or at least open. Was it open, what you
I said
said?
it was open, not
Thank you,
flat.
my mistake. And so there is a hill that falls between the trailer and the what you call kill house.
There's a grade. A hill to me is more significant than what was present there. So it isn't.
Okay,
Grade up.
there you go. That works. Is it possible that the shoot house and the trailer are in the wrong place here, that the
No, sir.
roads are in the wrong place?
No, sir.
Can you show me? So you have a trailer camper, shoot house, weapons manipulation,
Yes, sir.
and medical.
Yes, sir.
And that's where you're putting that stuff.
That is.
And the 2-track is at the road that goes to the parking?
Here's the road that goes to the parking. Yes, it's a dirt road. Yeah. That runs to it.
On the other side of the, sorry, there's all these items on the lower side. I'm not sure which way that is, but on the other side of the path, what goes there?
You point to where you're going, sir.
This area up here on top where you have
Woods.
woods.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Possibly a canopy with a bunch of stuff, delicious stuff, people's tables, things like that?
Yes.
Next to the trailer?
Yes.
Does that ring a bell?
It does.
Okay. Would it make sense to put that over even though you have the letters where they are?
In what sense?
Do you know which way north is?
I do not.
Okay. Is that the way you look at it, pulling in? You look to the left and this is what you see?
Correct. This is, so I came in from this direction and this is what is in my mind's very poor artistic eye of how the.
I think you did well. So on the right was the woods, and then at the left, you started seeing these items before that you have.
Woods, yes, sir. This is a wooded area. There was a bit of a field here. It's clear, it's mostly clear up here, and then woods surrounding the campsite.
Thank you for that. I want to jump back just a second because I didn't finish Walmart, and I appreciate you getting that out of the way. If I could do that, and give you a break from your workout. You had indicated that you don't want to lose contact with Adam because that would be risky.
Yes, sir.
Because you'd lose track of his plan.
That's a risk. Yes, sir.
And that this is the first time you've seen him since the 11th of July, all the way to September at Luther.
No, sir.
There was Belleville in between there?
Yes, sir.
All right, my bad. So you indicated you went to Walmart in the morning or in the noon, I guess you said noon. Sure it was noon?
With the stroke of noon? No, sir, I'm not sure. It would have been between noon and 1. Yes, sir.
Okay, so early afternoon.
Yes.
Really early?
Yes, sir.
Not midday?
Correct.
What's midday to you?
2, 3, 4.
And did you get there before Adam and Dan?
I did.
What time did they get there? You got there between 12 and 1 approximately?
They would have arrived 15 to 20 minutes later.
Okay. And you drove separately, that they went to the FTX themselves, I take it?
I was following behind their vehicle, but yes, I was in a separate vehicle.
So they were showing you where it was probably?
Correct.
And you, once they got there, let's say anywhere from 12:20 to 1:10 or whatever, in that ballpark, you guys hopped in your car, drove half hour or so, 20 minutes to 30?
Approximately, yes, sir.
And you showed up together?
We showed up at the same time or just about the same time, but again, we were in separate vehicles.
And they drove in front of you?
They did.
So you arrived and parked where the parking is, I take it?
That's correct.
And did you see Adam and Dan, what they did once you got there?
I didn't see what Dan did, but Adam and I had a conversation very shortly after I arrived in this general vicinity.
Okay. And you said you saw Eric Molitor show up, or that he was there, he was present there, right?
Not when I arrived, sir,
Okay.
So he arrived after I did.
How long after you arrived did Eric Molitor show up?
Approximately 1 hour, sir.
And how did you know what Eric Molitor, how would you know?
I knew his moniker, his handle in the group chats, and Mr. Fox would have introduced him to me, and Mr. Fox, or someone asked me to pick up Mr. Molitor from the paved road here and driving down to the parking area.
Okay, so you're aware that Mr. Molitor parked way out by the road?
Yes.
Yeah, but just for the record, the witness and Mr. Burnett are referring to, I don't, has this been referenced as an exhibit, has it been admitted? For purposes of the record, it needs to be referenced to, for purposes of the record, if that helps.
Well, there's two ways we can handle that. We'll handle it differently depending on how the attorney is responsible for this case.
Okay, I
think it makes sense to at least attempt to have this entered as an exhibit. The drawing is not bad, sir. I think it represents enough for me to.
Again, that's up to the party. That's why I responded. It's not the court's. I'm not going to tell the party how to present their case regardless. That's why I try to be as general in my response.
You're doing well. Thank you. I would move for the admission of defendant Molitor's exhibit.
You're on V as in Victor.
You sure I'm not on S?
Okay.
UV?
You're on V as in Victor.
Thank you.
Would you like, so you're seeking to admit this map that was drawn by the agent as V as in Victor?
Yes, I wondered if you could just supplement, or someone could put woods in there, just so where the woods are, and that would fill it out, I think, and provide.
Well, he's indicated an area with everyone present where the woods are. You want to just write a word or draw? I don't, I'm not clear.
Whatever's easiest for the witness.
Oh, okay, agent, if you could, I think we have some colors there. Okay, if you would indicate the areas that will.
Yes, sir.
I may have him put some more items on this, Your Honor, maybe not, but if I could just stay on that track with a possible admission of this, and everyone knowing that it's, that is my goal.
As long as what he's adding is not.
Yeah, I think they're able to. So thank you very much, Agent. I appreciate your cooperation, and wondered if you could, you had a conversation with Adam.
I did, yes.
Could you point that out again? And then we'll get to where you.
I thought you said, I was.
Laser pointer. Yeah, feel free to stay right there.
This approximately.
Okay, and that was how many minutes after you, right when you got there, I take it?
Shortly after I got there, yes, sir.
And you appeared in your site, how long after that?
Approximately an hour, sir.
Approximately an hour?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And Mr. Fox, what was he wearing that day?
What clothing was he wearing?
Yeah.
I don't recall, sir.
What was Mr. Molitor wearing?
I don't recall, sir.
Object to the line of questioning as far as what clothing people were wearing. I see how that's relevant to the ultimate question at issue here, whether the defendants are guilty of charges.
Your Honor, this came up at the prior hearing at the lower court approximately a year ago, and he was unable to describe his clothing. And he was also unable to describe someone else's, which would be my next and last question relative to what they were wearing. But he can't identify Mr. Molitor by his clothing or what he's wearing, is my recollection from the district court hearing we had.
Okay, the patient can answer the question as to whether or not he recalls the clothing.
Do you recall the clothing that Mr. Molitor was wearing?
No, sir, I don't remember the clothing that he was wearing.
Do you recall the clothing Mr. Higgins was wearing? You did see Mr. Higgins first?
I did.
Okay.
Did see, I saw him. I don't know. Did you say first?
Did you see Mr. Higgins there as well?
I did.
And did you see what he was wearing?
I would have seen what he was wearing. I don't recall a t-shirt, and he did not have a plate. I remember him not having a plate carrier with him.
A what?
A plate carrier, body armor, sir.
Okay.
So that was notable to me. But so he was in a t-shirt, and I don't know if it was pants or shorts. Or
Okay, so Higgins wore a t-shirt and no plate carrier.
Correct.
And those are the plates I think we've talked about, but maybe you haven't seen any part of this case, I take it.
Correct.
They're plates that go on a vest and they're like bulletproof, basically.
Ballistic protection, yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Molitor wasn't wearing that either, was he?
I don't recall him wearing one, no, sir.
You don't recall him wearing?
I don't recall him wearing one, correct. You are
Okay.
correct.
Are you sure, or are you not sure either way, or you don't recall?
I do not remember seeing him wearing one.
Okay. But you didn't see him with the certain bit of clothing and say, this guy has no plates?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And where did you see Mr. Molitor for an hour later?
I picked him up.
Picked him up at the road? You went out and got him at the road?
Yes, sir.
Very nice. So you rode with him into the parking area again?
I did.
You did as you were tasked?
I did.
Adam gave you a task?
Yes.
Okay. And any discussion at that time with you and Mr. Molitor?
Yes, sir.
Just what, small talk, things like that?
Small talk, generally. Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing remarkable?
When you say remarkable, sir, can you expound on?
I'll move on. So once you got parked in there, what is the next thing you see Mr. Molitor doing and where?
It would have been using that RF detector that we talked about on direct examination.
Okay, I assume he took that with him and had it with him when you saw him.
Yes.
So where was he holding it when you got to the street? It's not on the map, but we know it's all the way to the right.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm going to object to the question assumes facts not in evidence. He testified that he saw Mr. Molitor after they parked the car with the RF detector. The question was, where did he see him with it at the street?
Agent, when was the first time that you saw Mr. Molitor with the U.S.?
In the campsite, Your Honor. At the campsite, Your Honor.
All right. What does the campsite mean to you?
This area, the Luther site.
Okay.
The Luther FTX site.
So when you say campsite, it's the whole site?
That is what I mean, yes, sir.
Excellent. And you saw, I thought you said he had it with him though. That's why I asked that question that way. Mr. Molitor had the RF device with him.
The next time I noticed him, he had the RF device with him.
And when was the next time you saw him?
It would have been some period of time, less than an hour after I picked him up.
Okay, so an hour went till they got there, another hour, and then you saw him with the RF device.
Approximately on the timeline, but yes, sir.
And how did he get that, if you know?
I don't know.
And was that the first time you saw it that day?
It was.
You gave some testimony. So it was Adam by himself at that time, or was he, Eric by himself when you saw him holding it?
Yes.
Okay. You gave some testimony earlier, yesterday, that you saw Adam with the device.
Yes, sir.
So where does that fall in place relative to where Eric had it?
My recollection is that Mr. Molitor had it and then presumed passed it off to Mr. Fox in fairly short order. Yes.
Okay. And that's all that happened with regard to the RF device?
No, sir.
Because you did testify that other things happened with it, right?
That's why I said no.
Can you walk us through that again and where that was on your map?
Yes, sir. Again, I initially saw Mr. Molitor with the RF device, or RF detector device, somewhere in this area. And as I said on direct, he was wandering the air. I didn't see him exchange the device with, or put the device in Mr. Fox's hands, as Mr. Fox took the device. But the next, fairly within minutes after that, I saw Mr. Fox using the device and going in a wider swath around the Luther site. So it's taking a wider geographic range than where I saw Mr. Molitor walking and wandering.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
And during that process, it was my understanding that the device alerted to something on Jenny Plunk.
Okay, that's not your personal observation though, is it?
No, I learned that from Mr. Fox.
Okay. So let's go back to where you saw Mr. Molitor with the device first, where he was standing.
Yes, sir, I'm indicating that on the demonstrative.
Okay. And where were you standing at that point?
Would have been somewhere around here.
Okay, you stayed right there. I take it, watched him so you could see what he was doing with that, right?
I may have moved around a little bit, but yes, I would have watched him for a while. And then at some point Adam had it, and I was moving away further down towards the parking area.
Okay, how many feet?
How many feet, sir?
Yeah, if you had to estimate.
At what point, sir?
When you saw Adam with it.
When I saw Adam with it, say 20 yards, say 60 feet approximately.
Okay, you know what a football field is, right?
I sure did, yes, sir.
Did you play football?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, you know what 100 yards? Sorry. You know what 100 yards looks like, right?
I do.
All right. And you feel that you moved maybe 20 yards?
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. Molitor had it, you were how close to him and didn't move?
Wait, say that again, sir?
Well, you didn't say you moved. You said you moved when Adam had it, so I assume you didn't move when Mr. Molitor had it. And I just wondered how far away from you, Mr. Molitor, were you when you saw him with the device?
30 yards?
30 yards from Mr. Molitor?
Correct, yes, sir.
20 yards from Mr. Fox?
At his closest, again, Mr. Fox is moving a lot more, in a lot wider arc throughout the site.
Did you testify that he was by the shoot house, Mr. Molitor, at the Luther site when you saw him with that?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, pardon me. Yes.
Okay. But that's not consistent with what you just said. Can you put the shoot house on a laser, please?
Where the?
Yeah, right over there.
Yes, sir.
That's not where you pointed earlier, where you saw Mr. Molitor, was it?
Well, he wasn't standing in the shoot house, sir.
Okay. What side was he standing on? That's the trailer though, isn't it?
The trailer is indicated with the T, sir.
Okay, you said it was near the shoot house or the camper. Which one was it? Do you recall your testimony yesterday?
Are you asking me, sir, whether he was closer to the shoot house when I first saw him, or whether he was closer to the camper?
Do you know?
He was closer to the camper. He was further down the hill.
He's 30 yards, Adam's 20 away.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't move back, you just stayed where you were.
No, sir, that's not what I said, sir.
And you moved back for Mr. Fox?
Correct, sir.
All right, but not Mr. Molitor.
He was going much more slowly and was further away from me. Yes, sir.
And the way you say that he used it, he's doing this kind of thing maybe?
Yes, sir.
Using my hand over my head, going like this.
Yes, sir.
And this is the guy, did he have, can you remember anything he had on? Because you're identifying him, his clothing, when he did this?
Sir, I'd say from a evidence collector standpoint, the fact that he was using that RF detector was much more important to me than his clothing. So no, I can't identify what clothing he was wearing.
Okay, but I'm sorry, but you did pick him up, you got in your car, he sat next to you, and you went all the way in, still?
In this particular context, What folks were, the clothing people had on was not of particular consequence to, in my mind, to me.
Okay, but if he had what I would call his full riot gear, you would know that when he's getting in your car.
That would have been something I would notice, yes.
Yeah. Would it surprise you if the pictures we see that have him dressed in that way?
It would not surprise me, no.
And he had his, it looks like he's got the whole thing going on.
Would it surprise me? No, sir.
Did you see him at any time at the campsite that day, dressed to the T with regard to the militia outfit?
Yes, sir, I think I did. Or I think yes.
When did you see him with that?
So the question was asked dressed to the T with outfit. I guess if there's specific gear that you're asking, I want to make sure the record is clear. So if there's specific things that you think was on, may have been wearing that you saw or something like that, you would identify specifically what we're talking.
Is there, can you describe the change in clothing that he had on later and when that was?
No, sir, it wasn't a change of clothing. My recollection is that he was wearing a plate carrier at some point.
Okay, but you testified at another hearing that said he didn't have a plate carrier, right?
No, sir, I don't believe I did.
Okay. And when Jenny Plank had her cell phone buzz, who was doing the wanding, so to speak?
Fox.
Fox wanded her, or at least got close enough where cell phone went off?
Something triggered it, I don't know what.
You continued to see Jenny Plank at the event throughout the day, didn't you?
I did.
She wasn't kicked out, was she?
She was not.
She wasn't outed as an informant or a bad person that didn't belong there with regard to telling on people or informing?
No, what happened was everybody was asked to put up their cell phones.
Okay, so that was kind of a reminder that everybody, hey, no phones here. Is that right? And it's kind of normal for these militia groups to have some paranoia, isn't it, from at least the two events you attended?
To employ operational security? Yes, sir.
Well, okay.
Absolutely. And not be admitted as an exhibit. What the court does is have a photograph taken of it, and it's admitted as a court file exhibit, so that if an appellate review is necessary, that way there's no question as to what the jurors saw.
I like that.
Yeah, so whether it comes in as V for Victor or as court exhibit 1, it changes whether it goes back to the jury or not, but regardless, it will travel with the file for posterity purposes. Okay. Anything on that for anybody, or anything we need to talk about before we bring folks back?
Attaches. It can be ripped off and stuffed to the wall.
No, it's okay. We can pick it up like that so it's mobile if necessary.
I just would be moving if the court wants to take care of it now.
Really?
And so we're going to bring the UC back in, so if we could ensure that the cameras compliance with the court's order. 2 points up. And all of the cameras are taken care of, and actually all the mics are done anyway. Yep, we can bring the witness back in.
Thank you. I move at this time for the admission of the finalized exhibit, proposed defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit B is in victory.
Mr. Wilson, I'm sorry, Dr.
With the, not sure if there was a question asked of the witness as far as foundation-wise being fair and accurate representation.
That was not, but given that he's the one who drew it, I don't know if that question was directly asked, but in the court's mind, given the questioning, the descriptions of him by the layout, that's written by me at this point, so I will. Thank you.
Leave it to the discretion of the court.
And Mr. Dyer.
Second, Judge, we do it at your discretion.
Okay, that single sheet with your drawing will be admitted as defendant Molitor's exhibit B as in Victor. And we'll just need at some point, Mr. Barnett, to get a sticker placed on it, but that's not important for the purposes current. So they'll be admitted. You can continue your question.
Thank you. And I have some exhibits. We ran out of ink last night. We took care of them today at my office, and we'll be bringing them in Monday. from yesterday, some of the exhibits that we asked to have come in. I've made pictures, so that would be, and maybe take a picture of that as well, or would that be the exhibit?
That would be the exhibit since it's been listed.
Thank you. You indicated you at some point went to Walmart again that day. Is that correct, Agent?
Yes, sir.
And what time was that you went to Walmart in the evening? If that's when it was?
9 o'clock.
Approximately.
Approximately.
And what? Was your car white?
No.
What color was your car?
Black.
Black. Pretty far off.
Yes.
Is it is it okay to give us the make and model, or at least the color and type?
It's a Chevy Avalanche.
Okay. And black.
Yes, sir.
And it was you and Adam that had driven there alone?
No, sir.
And tell me what an Avalanche is in layman's terms.
It's a truck. It's a short bed truck.
Okay.
Chevy short bed truck.
Okay, so it has a back,
It's a 4-door, almost like a truck El Camino.
okay. It was at that time, at some point, Eric Molitor showed up,
At the Walmart, yes, sir.
and Adam left your vehicle,
Correct, sir.
and you were the only vehicle there between the vehicles that left that night.
Correct. We were the first to arrive.
Okay. You got there at 9. What time did Eric get there?
Approximately 20, 30 minutes later, sir.
Okay. Adam told you why he was getting out to get in Eric's car, didn't he?
I don't recall that, sir.
Did he come back and hop in your car?
Not permanently. He may have come back into the car to wait for, he did come back into the car to wait for the remaining folks to show up for the surveillance.
Okay. So Mr. Molitor would have been gone by then.
As far as I know, sir, yes.
Okay. And obviously, when he got back in the car, you, as a person who's worked undercover in narcotics, knows the odor of marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that when Mr. Fox got back in the car, he reeked of marijuana?
He may have smelled like marijuana, yes, sir.
Well, did he or didn't he, if you know?
No, I don't have any specific recollection of Mr. Fox's smell.
Okay. Didn't he tell you he just went over and smoked a joint with Mr.?
He likely did, yes. That was something he did, as I understood it, fairly often, was
Regular user.
Yes, sir.
And you testified today that Adam, in fact, there's been some exhibit, or at least an exhibit, that Adam looked up her address, the governor's address, on his iPhone. He admitted that.
He said that, yes, he told us that.
He didn't say anybody else did, not Sean Fix, not Dan, not Eric.
He said, meaning Mr. Fox, said, I looked it up on my iPhone.
How long was Adam out of your car?
10 minutes.
Did you go to what time was it that you saw Mr., if you know, and you may have testified about this, what time did you see Mr. Molitor in the outfit that has the, I'll call them shields, whatever they are?
The afternoon of the 12th, sir.
What time on the 12th? Did you see him with his military, or at least the?
Mid-afternoon.
And what are those items called again?
Plate carriers.
Plate carriers.
Yes, sir.
So mid-afternoon,
Yes, sir.
which is what time to you? It was 3 o'clock?
Approximately, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you go to this, and did you see him after that?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
And where did you see him when he had his plate carriers on?
At the Luther site.
And what part of the site?
My recollection was it was in this general vicinity, sir.
And that's in the trailer camper area?
In the area of the camper, yes, sir.
Okay. That's mid-afternoon at 3 o'clock. Did you see him after that?
Yes.
And not at Walmart, but on the campsite?
Yes, sir.
Where did you see him and at what time?
The following day.
Okay. So you didn't see him after that. You saw him just twice, once without anything you could remember, and then again, you saw him, hey, he's got plates by 3 o'clock.
Yes,
And that's the only contact you had then with him on that date,
on that day, yes, sir.
which included also picking him up and being a good person to take him into the campsite earlier.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
You also brought him in from the camp, from the road. How far was the road out there? How isolated was this place?
It wasn't particularly far, sir, a matter of minutes, but it was a very rough road.
Okay, so you, I think testified you didn't see him go through what I'll call the shoot house that afternoon.
That's correct.
Is it possible that you didn't recall or you didn't see him?
I don't recall seeing him go through the shoot house.
Oh, all right. So as part of getting back to your pictures, and I guess I'll wrap up this portion, but the Mackinac Island pictures were to keep credibility with Adam, right?
Or to continue the undercover operation, yes.
And keep your safety in place,
Yes, sir.
doing his tasks.
Yes, sir.
So Eric Molitor doing that, taking a video of a cottage would also keep his credibility.
No, sir, that's entirely different.
Who knows that question?
No.
It calls for speculation. And talking about
Mr. Barnett, the question was where Mallard, you put film of video.
Yeah, it's for his credibility and safety to go along with.
Well, I think the agent can, from this experience, can identify whether or not that would be.
No, sir. Going back, I don't agree with you. Going back to what I said earlier during the initial phases of your cross-examination, I'm trying to maintain contact with Mr. Fox to advance the investigation. Mr. Molitor doesn't have any reason to be doing that. Like, if he wants to just go away and never have contact with Mr. Fox again, that's fine.
Well, that's not true though, because you did keep in contact with Mr. Fox to know what his plan was.
100%, yes, sir.
And if Mr. Molitor was requiring him in, would it make sense that he follow, track him and listen to what's going on to see if this is really a serious plan?
object again, calls for speculation, and seems facts.
That one, I think it's something here.
Thank you. Did Mr. Fox smoke marijuana any other time?
Yes, sir.
You did go on Sunday, right?
I did go on Sunday, yes, sir.
And you were there for 2 hours?
I was there for 2 hours, yes, sir.
You saw Mr. Molitor on that day too, didn't you?
I did.
Where was he on that day?
He was outside the Hill House area.
Okay. What was he doing there? Standing?
Standing.
You guys, and where were you when you saw him there?
So we've been in the same area.
Okay. So he's just standing outside the, what you call Kill House, and you were standing next to him?
No, around him, yes, sir.
And you're probably getting ready to go through the Kill House. That was the live shooting, right?
It was.
Yeah, nothing was said at that time. Right?
In, as far as what, sir?
Well, you just said you're just standing around, right? I assume you weren't talking.
To whom, sir?
Mr. Molitor.
I probably said hello and had general small talk with him.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Molitor was smoking marijuana back at the vac shack when you first met him, when he took you downstairs.
Mr. Molitor, sir?
Sorry, Mr. Fox, my mistake.
He was, yes, sir.
Okay. Was there ever a time you were with Mr. Fox that he wasn't smoking marijuana?
I guess he smoked marijuana at some point during the various meetings that I had with him.
Okay. And on July 11th in Cambria, he was smoking there too?
That I don't know.
You went out to dinner with him, didn't you?
I did not.
Did you stay there more than one day?
I did not.
And you know, by the way, the Mackinac Island photos went to a wider group of people.
I did.
At Fox, who did you disseminate that to? The Wolverine Watchman?
Among others, yes, sir. Myself included in that group.
Okay. So you know exactly who it was sent to?
I did at the time, yes, sir.
Thank you. And the property owned by whom? It was owned by whom at Lakeland, Luther?
Ty Garbinson.
Okay. And who's he? Is he one of the Wolverine Watchmen?
He is.
You saw him waving this around. It was not near any people, was it? Didn't want somebody come up to them, hold their phone. He's in a clearing, right?
When you say this, do you mean the RF detector, sir?
I'm sorry, yes.
Correct. He did not take the RF detector like you see at the airport or at a baseball game and run it across somebody that I saw.
Where did Mr. Fox move?
Pardon me, sir?
Where did he move with the RF detector?
Throughout the campsite, throughout the site here.
Okay, thank you. No bugs were detected. I say bugs, I'm using the old slang, but no wires, no recording devices other than one person's cell phone, Jenny Teed.
I don't know what caused the RF detector to alert to Jenny Plunk.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in the district court?
Yes, sir.
Did you indicate at that time that you moved 100 yards away from Mr. Molitor when you saw him with his device? Oh, sorry, less than 100 yards?
Yeah.
In his prior testimony, it would be appropriate to have the witness view the prior transcript.
Well, it would have to be a question.
Can I have just a moment? Isn't it true you moved away from those folks to protect the fact that you had a recording device on you?
Hang on, we need to go back to the question that you asked earlier. Are you attempting to impeach him at all?
I'd like to withdraw the
Okay, we will
question.
be withdrawing the jury will disregard that question. Go right ahead.
Isn't it true you moved away from Mr. Molitor when you saw him with the RF device?
I moved away from the RF device because I did not know, as I testified on direct, because I did not know whether the recording equipment I had on my person was putting out RF.
Right. And didn't you testify just a few minutes ago that you stood there and watched Mr. Molitor and didn't move?
I did, yes, sir.
So now, why do we have a different answer?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir, if I could take a look at it or otherwise see it.
I'm just asking you because you, I'm,
Mr. Barnett, if you're gonna ask him about prior testimony, he asked you the question.
the prior testimony at this point is the prior testimony from earlier cross-examination. I had asked him where he was when Mr. Molitor pulled out his RF detector. He indicated he stayed right where he was. I asked him what he did when Mr. Fox pulled it out, and he said he moved. So now he's saying that he moved away from Mr. Molitor, and I was just trying to find out why that was inconsistent with his earlier testimony today, not from a prior hearing.
Sir, you're going to have to repeat that. I apologize.
Okay, earlier you said, Mr. Molitor, you spotted him with the RF device, he's waving it around.
Yes.
And that you stood there in one place.
I mean, I would have been in the same general vicinity during that time. Yes, sir. Did I stand there stone still? I doubt. I did not stand there stone still.
Well, you told us you did. You stood, did you not earlier?
I did not.
You said you moved for Mr. Fox and that you stood in place for Mr. Molitor. Isn't that true?
Whether or not, whatever the testimony was, the jury will use its collective memory, and then they can make that determination.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And so what steps did you take to reduce the risk that you felt you had?
Moved away from the area where the RF wanding was taking place eventually.
And how far away did you move?
Your Honor, I believe we've covered this ground a couple of times. Questions from
Well, it's confusing, Your Honor, because he said he stood still with Mr. Molitor. I'm trying to dive down a little deeper as to only Mr. Molitor.
The testimony earlier was that he was in the general vicinity in which he indicated. He indicated that he observed Mr. Molitor using the radio device. He then observed Mr. Fox using the device and saw that it was depicted. At that time, I believe he indicated that he moved away and used a pointer, to paraphrase, from the campsite area down toward the bottom. Have I done this correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
The word stone still, that phrasing was not used. The jury should recall in terms of phrasing, the confusion comes when we ask questions in different ways, because then we try to go back and say, you didn't say that I stood stone still, or you don't ask that question. So I think it's very clear to everyone, and the jury can use their recollection in terms of what he testified to. Let's move along.
Thank you. Your Honor, I do have the district court transcript, the preliminary examination, day 404, where Agent Mark was subpoenaed and appeared for testimony. It's on page 83, line 6 and 7, approximately right there.
Okay, so I see the attorneys and
Thank you. kind of weapons were going on with Mr. Higgins, if you remember?
Sir, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Was Mr. Higgins possessing a weapon on either day at Luther?
Yes, sir.
What kind of weapon was it?
Long gun, rifle?
Did you happen to see Mr. Molitor with or without a weapon?
Yes, sir. He had a weapon case when I picked him up.
Okay. Did you see him with the weapon later when you saw him with his plate carrier?
That I cannot recall, sir.
You do recall seeing him with the plate carrier today, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason that the district court transcript, you indicated that you could not recall whether Mr. Molitor had a plate carrier?
Your
Yes.
Honor, again, I'm gonna object to, there's something he testified to, district court, being used for impeachment. He should be asked the question that was asked at the district court level, and the answer is implicit, and shown the transcript to impeach.
Mr. Barnett, could you please indicate that that's the question that was asked in the district court, whether or not you may have been served with the knowledge of the plate carriers?
I can, there was some interruption in the direct exam, but it's actually Mr. Alston's question. And it says on line 22 of page 45.
Which one?
Line 22 of page 45, Mr. Ralston's redirecting, I believe. Or direct examination continues.
What was the question that was asked?
And I think, and just to be clear again, you said you can't recall Mr. Molitor had a plate carrier.
Okay, and so Hayden, do you recall that testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Barnett, if there's any follow-up questions?
Do you recall what your answer was then?
It was, I don't recall.
And can you tell us what your testimony is today?
That I do recall.
Your Honor, if you could, that wasn't the extent of his answer. What line are we on again?
We started on page 45 on in between 22 and 23. We'll call it 22. It's Mr. Ralston's question. And I think, and just to be clear again, you said you can't recall Mr. Molitor had a plate carrier. Answer, I cannot recall.
All right. I will draw the objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you, and that was just to throw a date out, Thursday, September 1st. Well, 1 year to, I think, from today. You had a different recollection, didn't you?
I didn't recall a year ago. That's correct.
How? That is, memories usually fade over time, right?
Judge, this is,
What, 2 hours were you there on the second day?
10 a.m. to noon.
What clothing was my client wearing on the 13th, if you remember?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Molitor was camping out there?
I don't know. I did not spend the night at the campsite, so I don't know.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Molitor at any time, other than the pleasantries of hello, have a nice day, that kind of thing?
No, sir. I'm sorry, when and where?
Either day.
I'm sorry, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, but what day?
The 12th?
Okay, because I think you testified earlier, you just said you exchanged pleasantries with him.
No, sir. I think you were talking about what was occurring when we were outside of the kill house, and you asked me if I had talked with anyone, and then I asked for clarification. You said Mr. Molitor, and that's what occurred. So yes, I had talked with Mr. Molitor.
Okay, you saw him in the car,
Yep.
had pleasantries there, found by the shoot house, kill house,
Yes, sir.
and had said what then?
He advised me at some point that he had had some medical training, and he was serving as the medical guy at the FTX.
Okay, but you had previously just told us that you were exchanging pleasantries there, weren't you?
No, sir. That's not what I said.
You said you were standing next to him. That's where you saw him with his gear.
Sir, no, that's not what I said. You were asking me about the 13th at that point. Now, as I understand your question, sir, it's inclusive of both the 12th and the 13th.
Okay.
I'm trying to give you a full and complete answer to your question.
All right. How about on the 13th? What was said on that date then?
I don't, that would have been pleasantries.
So the only date that we would have talked about, even though we thought it might be inclusive of both days, would be Saturday, because that's the only time you talked to him, right?
Can you repeat that question, sir?
If you talked about this medical thing, that would have been on,
The 12th?
yeah.
Yes.
But then you just said that you thought I was talking about the whole weekend, and that would have included the 12th, wouldn't it have?
No, sir. No, I either misunderstood your question. I apologize. I must have misunderstood your question from earlier. Because when you were talking about what we said outside the kill house, I was referring to the 13th Sunday. So if you're asking me, did I have a conversation with Mr. Molitor at any time during that weekend that was more than pleasantries? The answer is yes. And what that conversation was in sum and substance that he was there as the medical guy.
And that happened on the 12th?
Yes, sir.
You sure he wasn't standing at the shoot house on the 13th and not the 12th?
I think he was standing at the shoot house on the 13th. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't believe I have any questions for this witness.
Mr. Jackson, we'll go back to you when you agree, right?
Yes, Your Honor, just, I'll try to keep it brief.
Mark, Mr. Nunzio.
You know what? We need that projector on.
Oh, okay. Mark, Mr. Nunzio asked you about the Cambria FTX and shooting at the targets, and I think his line of questioning was you didn't know who the targets were supposed to be that you were shooting at. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I did.
Okay. And I think your answer was, well, the targets were target practice, they didn't necessarily represent anybody specific that we were supposed to be shooting. Is that correct?
There was no discussion about this is meant to represent a specific person or persons, correct?
Now, is it ready to go? Okay, can you put up 184T? This is 184T that we're showing. Yes. All right.
Your Honor, who would object? The question related to Cambridge, which was long before this. This is Luther, 912. This is improper re-examination. This is misleading.
Your Honor, the original question was to Cambria, and the question was specifically as far as whether they were training for a specific target. And now I'm going to ask him whether at this point in time, did he have an understanding of a specific target?
So the questioning, which was sure the question from Mr. Nunzio relative to targets and identification was at the Cambria FTX, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And your discussion is relative to the Luther FTX. Is that correct?
Following up on my question originally from the Cambria FTX.
So, and we're clear that this is from the Luther FTX.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Nunzio, do you have an objection beyond that?
I do. He answered the question regarding Cambria. He said he did not know who the targets were. They're trying to backdoor in with the Luther FTX. Now who the targets are supposed to be. This is improper re-examination. It's confusing. It's confusing to say the least. The witness has already answered the question. He said he didn't know. They were not identified. Now he's trying to rehabilitate with Fox's testimony, at least a statement from Fox from 912, which is a false later, Judge. This is confusing.
Well, I'll need to know exactly what we're going so fast. So for the purposes of the record, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go things to be clear. And it was referenced as the questions that were asked about Cambria, timeline for Cambria, timeline for Cambria. The question that Mr. Jocks asked relative to 184T, obviously the date is on 124T, 184T, excuse me. And that is for the maneuver FTX. And based on the offer of proof from talking to the attorneys, generally speaking, that line of questioning will be permitted. Obviously, the future objections based on the exact questions would be permitted by the attorneys. We can decide that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. So on the screen, we have 184T. And this is specifically recording of the conversation you had with, who can you remind us of that?
Mr. Fox, and Mr. Fox and the Null brothers.
So both Knowles are present for this conversation?
Yes, sir.
And is this taking place in the car as you described earlier?
It is.
All right. Now, at this point, was it apparent to you who would be killed during Fox's plan?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Judge, nobody testified that people being killed.
Right. Mr. Mendo, any, Mr. Mendo?
John.
Okay, Mr. Barnett?
John.
Mr. Jocks?
Your Honor, maybe I can rephrase the question.
Okay, then the objection will be sustained if you'd like to rephrase it.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Mark, at this point, is it apparent to you who would be shot during the course of Adam Fox's plan?
Yes.
And who is that?
Anyone that got in his way, and specifically here, he's referring to the governor's security detail.
Thank you. Now,
Judge, false regulations. It doesn't say that. John.
Mr. Barnett? Have you overruled the recommendation?
thank you, Your Honor. So let's go back to, can we flash transcript 181T?
181T.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, 181T is the conversation that you had with Adam Fox and who?
Bill Null, myself, and Brandon Caserta.
And where is this located again when you're having this conversation?
At the Luther FTX site.
And this remind us, what is Adam Fox doing here?
Objection, where's the question, Your Honor?
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. As far as the timeline, this conversation, where is it represented on your timeline?
It is bubble number 6.
Okay, and that's Mark and Bill Null recruited by Fox, correct?
Correct.
So after having this conversation with Adam Fox, Bill Null's present, correct?
Yes.
And Brandon Caserta?
Over on direct exam, this is not an issue that is to be addressed in a redirect unless you're rehabilitating a particular area. This is redirect all over again.
The attorneys can take full part of it. If there are any other questions, Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to discuss the presence, so we'll speak for the 2 months. All that for the media, folks, the witness is going to stay in the courtroom. Yeah. Okay, everyone can be seated. The record from a public hearing is out of the courtroom. So now we're on record. Take me through the line of questioning.
So, Your Honor, I'm intending to ask questions regarding exhibits that we have that are audio clips and show the transcript, specifically 181, 184, 186, and 191, as well as the, there's no audio exhibit of it, but the conversation at the AMVETS parking lot with Mr. Fox, where he gives the tasks for each vehicle.
And the purpose for reviewing.
The purpose for reviewing those is that after hearing those conversations and participating in them to an extent, the Nulls did not offer any objection to the course of action and the plan that was being described.
Yeah, it's clearly beyond the scope of cross. This never came up. Whether or not I asked the witness, did they object, how did they respond? You stayed away from that. This is clearly redirect examination. This is cumulative, and this is clearly a waste of time at this point in time. This doesn't provide the jury with anything more other than going over this one more time. This is clearly beyond the scope of cross.
Judges well beyond the scope of cross. And just not be able to get away from that. I didn't ask these questions because I didn't get involved in it. And quite frankly, it's redirect all over again. And it's cumulative. It is not allowed by court. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett.
Yes, Your Honor. So the questions by Mr. Nunzio inferred that at least his client, I think the way he posed the questions was in regards to both Nulls, that they had a lack of participation in the surveillance, that they didn't really know what was going on, that they were not performing the tasks that everyone else was performing.
That's a mischaracterization. I simply asked what was done and what was not done. There was no inference about their lack of response or objecting to this. I stayed away from that area.
Let's go through individually what specifically does 181 refuse with the word coming.
Can you put it up? So in general, 181 is the conversation where Mr. Fox pulls aside UC Mark, Bill Null, and Brandon Caserta and asks them if they want to go on the surveillance, and explains that explosives may be involved. They're going to be surveilling the governor's cottage. So obviously at that point, Bill Null has knowledge of the surveillance that's going to be conducted. Right?
So we never addressed that in cross-examination. This is regrets all over again.
Well, as to their knowledge that it was going to be surveillance recon, that was specifically asked. And it was objected to that those words were used because the word didn't appear. So their knowledge was called into question on cross-examination. So certainly the objection is noted for the record. Mr. I assume you object as well.
We object, Judge. We didn't ask any questions. Therefore, he can't explore it on behalf of Mike Null. Period.
If a party is asking that the jury be instructed that it be limited to one party, that's perfectly fine. Let's move on to 184. So 181 being referenced would be appropriate, but Mr. Jacks, 181 is appropriate as to the knowledge of what they were going on the trip.
Yes, sir.
That's the reason. Let's talk about 184.
And to be clear, knowledge, and my question would be lack of objection after hearing that.
I don't recall a question. Was there a question? Did they ever object to the plan?
A question, was there a question on cross? Is that what you're asking? I don't believe that there was a question on cross specifically to that, but I think that that would clearly tie into having knowledge of what was happening.
Okay, well, I would agree with that. I don't know, or I disagree with that. I don't know that there was never a discussion that there had to be a presumptive objection to that. So that won't be permitted, but certainly as the knowledge component of it, of course, that's appropriate. Certainly the objections have been maintained. If you decide to look at an construction that's limited to $1 billion, that's fine. We can get back to that in a moment. We can get done with all of these. Talking about 184 and what it would be used for.
Can we put 184 up? There it is. Okay, so if I could have a minute here. So again, it's the same reason. There's obviously Mr. Fox is discussing here in detail the benefits of conducting the attack plan at the governor's cottage. He says they recon the residents on the island, could be done, but not a good idea because of the heavy security detail, and explains here that if there's a lighter security detail, and the closest police department besides the Elk Rapids Police Department is 20 plus miles in all directions. And if they can essentially eliminate the Elk Rapids Police Department, that there's 15 to 20 minutes head start on any other law enforcement. So again, just their knowledge. There was specifically a question I recall from Mr. Nunzio about the Knolls lacking knowledge of the bridge that he discusses here in this clip, Your Honor.
I was not allowed to ask those questions, but with respect to what was said in the car between Mark and the Knolls, first check counsel down. This was hearsay. Their objection is hearsay regarding what was said by the Knolls to Agent Mark.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. I confer with the audio and once again, I didn't ask you this question, therefore.
Okay, Mr. Burnett.
Go
Jackson, you have additional information?
I believe counsel is right about what he said, asking the question about what his client said about the bridge. But I believe there was a question before that about Mark's conversation with him about the bridge. Did Mark introduce the bridge to him?
If the court remembers, I asked the question whether or not Mark had said, do you want to go visit the governor's residence? They said, no, I was shut down because it was hearsay. Then we went into the bridge question. That was shut down because we had a bank conference.
The questions, that is correct. The questions relative to what I would kindly say, attempting to introduce hearsay perhaps through a question that was objected to and that the court did not allow.
I was not rolling my eyes.
There were other questions though of relative to who introduced or whose idea was it to go look at the vacation house. There were questions as whose idea was it to go look at the bridge, whose idea was it to do these various things. And it was indicated, the agent testified, and I'm asking a moment, correct me if I'm wrong, testified that it was not the Knolls, he's the one who picked her out, if I'm remembering that correctly.
I testified that I was the driver, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. And so, knowing that, this would be used to review what aspect of the because there's nothing here to suggest in the court's mind that it was not Mark that did that it was one of the Knoll brothers, for example.
I think the question actually, now that we're talking about it, was specifically whether he pointed the bridge out to the Knoll brothers, whether they had knowledge of the location of the bridge.
The things that you can go out of record. Ms. Jennings, do you have the ability to go back and look at that quickly?
If you can remind me who was.
It was cross-examination by Mr. Nunzio. I don't remember exactly.
Your Honor, I do want to note, I mean, it's not word for word, but we're coming down. To review ID the bridge and mark the result.
That's being the only question.
Yeah, I have different bills as far as I didn't see the bridge, but I don't know if that was stricken for Thursday or not.
And I'm finally to across looking for that. Would it be, question, what about the bridge? Didn't you identify the bridge that was supposed to be blown up with the nulls? Didn't you say, hey, by the way, there's the bridge? Did you ever bring that up in topic of conversation with the nulls? And the answer was, I don't recall, I may have. Is that the topic?
Yes, that's the question.
Okay, can you give me the question and the answers?
Okay, so question. Okay, no, I just hit a button and moved everything. Hold on, I might be able to find it easy again. Darn it. Okay. Question, okay, what about the bridge? Didn't you identify the bridge that's supposed to be blown up with the nulls, question mark? Didn't you say, hey, by the way, there's the bridge, question mark? Did you ever bring that up in topic of conversation with the nulls, question mark? I don't recall, I may have.
The 184 is Fox.
Yes, with the nulls in the car, listening to the conversation.
This was no surveillance, is that, this is,
I'll give you a June's check.
this is post impact. This is later in the evening when they're writing around this alleged surveillance. And now the question obviously is, this was a question of the detective, whether or not he brought up, he identified the bridge or anybody identified the bridge relative to the detective being in the car. This is now an attempt to bring Fox's statement up about the bridges. Had nothing to do with Fox. It was between the detective and the nulls with Agent Mark.
Judge, I'm going to join this. I'm going to point out that it's unfair to my client to allow this form of a redirect, as it's highly prejudicial to my client without rerunning again.
Mr. Barnett.
I would join both counsel.
Mr. Jacks.
Your Honor, this conversation takes place, I believe, on the way to the Cadillac Walmart, if not maybe in the parking lot of the Cadillac Walmart.
But this, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Agent, when did this conversation take place?
184-year-old. That would have taken place either on the drive to or at the Cadillac Walmart while myself, the Knoll brothers, and Fox were in the car.
Prior to going on.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Mundy,
Your Honor, the question was, and it's in the transcripts, that he's pointing out to Douglas residents, the nulls say no. Then he reintroduces the bridge. Hey, did you guys see the bridge? The nulls respond, and I said, Bill Knoll said, what bridge are you talking about? Had nothing to do with this conversation.
That's it. Mr. Beck.
We would join the judge and get that out. I think the recommendation.
Ryan, please. Okay. Well, the question itself obviously was about a different conversation, but the topic that was being covered was the knowledge of the nulls relative to that bridge. So for that limited purpose, the court does believe it's relevant for that topic, and 184 can be shown for for that limited purpose. Certainly the objections are noted for the record, and again, I'll come back to the instruction at the end for you, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you.
All right, just so that we're clear, my questions can only cover, did they have knowledge essentially from this conversation, or was it the bridge was brought up during the course of this conversation?
That's right.
And, okay.
Just people who knock out, like.
We'll get there in just a minute. That was 184, talking about 186.
If I could have one moment just to make some notes, Your Honor. And 186. Okay, so can you put 186 up there? Just okay. So in this paragraph, Mr. Fox says, this is my ideal situation would be this. It's like we take her and we effing two boat system. I want to take her boat too. Take that, be out in the middle of Lake Michigan, drop the motor into the bottom of Lake Michigan, et cetera. So there was a pretty extensive cross-examination, at least by Mr. Nunzio, on this idea of using a boat, an amphibious attack, I think he described it as, and how they would use a two-boat system, et cetera. And I think the inference was that that they didn't scout out, or at least it was suggested that the surveillance didn't do, I guess, surveil the lakeside to know what the boat system was there, but this would show that they had knowledge of that portion of the plan.
You know, that wasn't in dispute. I talked about the amphibious assault phase 1 and then phase 2. We talked about it with this witness.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I think the court's recollection was that the lack of preparation, the phrasing that I'm using, that wasn't the answer to a question, dealt with the movement from, once the amphibious assault had ended, from moving the governor from that location to Lake Michigan.
That's correct. We brought that up. This is not.
I think that was part of it. The second part was that they didn't scout out any boats in the area as far as whether they could use the governor's boat. Mr. Barnett may have done that as well.
So this is for the limited purpose of the boats that already been discussed?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Nunzio, anything else?
We did discuss that. The agent testified that boats were to be used. He didn't know it had boats, but we brought it up that boats were to be used.
He was asked some form of a question of, as part of your ad, we didn't go over the boats. I think you recall that question. That's my question.
Of this particular witness, not what Fox is contained.
I understand, but the court's estimation, the implication is then that they didn't have knowledge of boats, and if that part of the plan, that knowledge, I do agree that this would be proper redirect to show that they did potentially have knowledge.
Very well. Judge, you struck exhibit 161 because of this, because there was no talk about from the Lake Michigan. There was no plan. You struck exhibit 161. In whole, dealing with this.
I didn't admit, or I didn't allow for the admission of 161 because the way that the court understood it is the individual who had shown Agent Embla the location that is marked or near where it is on that map, as well as the title mainly the person who had shown him had not.
And this was not, or this under record, this was not explored. Therefore, this should not be allowed. This is improper and outside the scope of cross-examination.
But it was explored to the extent the court has detailed it and for the limited purpose of looking at it.
Never came to the court's attention. Is the jury going to be seeing only the exhibit or just the limited portion or limited testimony Because, again, they're looking at the entire exhibit, which is beyond the court's ruling regarding the limited response or the limited area that the court's going into. I would ask that it either be redacted and or the witness testify consistent with the court's order regarding the limited response.
Okay, can we think about that one and come back to it for a second? Let's go to, that was 186, right? Yep, let's talk about 191.
So,
Which portion of it and the worst?
okay, so there was questioning about, I think it was from Mr. Barnett, the evolution of the plan from Mr. Fox to attack legislatures, kidnap legislatures, to then the governor's kidnapping her, and then ultimately to the governor's cottage on Birch Lake. So the transcript for 191, if we're on page 2, Fox says, we might be able to get her in Lansing, but we ain't getting out of Lansing with her. He then says, that's a effing high-speed gun battle. We're all effing dead. And then, again, Bill Null and Mike Null are present. Bill Null said she would be hanging in the halls because that's where I would do her. Fox then says, we got to get in there first, man. She's got an effing army waiting for her in Lansing. Oh, yeah. Then Bill Null is the one who says, oh, yeah. And Fox says, up here, she don't. Like I said, we've scouted this out already. And in our scouting time, we know there's a little police department there. He talks about the bridge further. So it shows how that plan evolved, John.
Good. Mr. Barnett, I'll start with you on this one. Refuting again, that's of course what we're looking for, the cross-examination of Mr. Barnett. Your position on that?
Suppose I think I got myself short. I have much to say about both, but I didn't get into it. This one, I think this is beyond my scope.
Okay. The court does recall there were multiple questions raised multiple ways relative to the plan being changed from attacking legislators and Lansing to the vote and how did we get there and those sorts of things. So the court does believe that that is an appropriate line of questioning to be direct.
Judge, I was going to try to, the questions were related to Mr. Oliver. How do the notes get tied up to his question?
We're going to talk about differentiation at the end of the topic as a whole. And then I wrote down 4 numbers and then wrote down words that I can't recall.
There's one other event in conversation at the AMVET's parking lot.
That's what I wrote. And this is the one where there is no audio, is that correct?
That's correct, Ron.
Okay, walking through the substance of what will be presented and the purpose for it. And then we'll go over.
So if I could have a minute to articulate this.
So, Mr. Josh, while you're doing that, does any party, if we're at 4:45, my understanding is the next witness was anticipated to be short, has traveled here a pretty significant distance. I would propose having staff go let the jurors know that actually we would be going beyond 5 in case they need to contact anybody. Does anyone have any issue with that?
No, Judge.
No. If you could let them know that we may go beyond 5 o'clock if there's anyone that they need to notify. Thank you. Mr. Jackson.
Again, there's discussion in the AMVET's parking lot where Mr. Fox gives out the tasks to the different cars who are there. There was questioning that would imply that the Nulls were not aware of the task that their car had and that they were not participating in that task. So one, twofold, show knowledge that they were present for that conversation, and 2, they knew what they were supposed to be doing and they were actually doing.
Agent for that portion of the discussion was Mr. Malcolm.
Yes, sir.
Was Michael Malcolm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Manzella.
The question to the agent was, who tasked the surveillance? He originally said Mr. Fox, and then he also added C.H. Danny. The question didn't involve the Knowles whatsoever. In fact, I used the car in total. So this is again, redirect examination. There's nothing in dispute. The agent says Fox tasked him, and then he said Dan, CHS, Dan tasked the car with the surveillance. This is just hammering a point over and over again. That's just accumulative, this is redirect. There's nothing in dispute.
Okay, Mr. Sykes.
Support.
Mr. Barnett. Support. Okay, well, with the discussion of 181, really those two tie together in terms of the knowledge of what they were going to be doing for the recon mission. So the fact that they were present when the directions were given, I think is a fair game because it goes to knowledge. And so it will be limited for that purpose. Now,
We don't know what the clip is.
So this one doesn't have a clip. This was the one where, the way that I understood it, the audio was not picked up. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if it wasn't picked up, but we don't have it as an exhibit.
This was just testimony from what the agent was testifying to from the parking lot when they were getting instructions.
Okay, so what's the question and answer?
Presumably, the question would be that you testified that Mr. Fox, when they were in the parking lot, gave instructions to the three cars as to what they would be doing. Presumably, the answer is yes. We were going to talk about this in just a second, but I presume the question would be subject to a decision I have to make in a minute of whether or not it's present when those tasks were on. Would that generally be the question?
Yes, sure.
Okay,
So there's no exhibit to this?
that's correct.
Okay.
Is my understanding.
But that would be limiting what the witness said with respect to Fox and CH Dan tasking the cars with the surveillance task.
Yes.
So we'd ask the court to include, or the question should include for purposes of proper redirect examination that both Fox and CHS Dan had tasked the cars with the surveillance duties. Because that would be a mischaracterization, because what they're trying to do is just go back to Fox only and exclude CHS Dan.
Mr. Jocks, would you raise the question to identify who was giving the instructions? I guess let me say this. If the question did include who was giving instructions, it would have to include both Adam Fox and CHS.
Correct. Can I do it in a two-part? Because I believe the way the testimony came in was that Adam Fox said it first, and then CHS Dan came and said it again.
That is consistent.
That's fair.
So that's not going to be wrong. Any issue with that?
I don't have an issue with it.
Anything else? For you? We're going to get instructions in the relative to that, raising that question. Anything else on that?
The only thing I have, Judge, is I would like the S on nulls and getting off.
That's what we're going to talk about next. Mr. Brown, anything else on that?
One thing, Your Honor, I had Exhibit 181 on my list, and we've been going over this for a while now, and I thought I covered it before we took the jury out, and we talked about that. This is the discussion at Luther.
I think we were in the middle of that.
Okay. All right, and I don't think so, and I think the court was going to allow us to revisit that show again for knowledge.
Yeah, that's correct. 181 in the MFS would be out relative to what we're asking us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And how the court's going to limit response via the entire exhibit or the response time.
Yep, so we're going to get the question format and then differentiation or limiting instructions as of which then applies to which. In terms of question style, I don't know that the exhibit can be redacted for that purpose in terms of removing text. What could be done is, for example, on cross-examination by Mr. Nunzio, the topic of the knowledge of, taking the F out in just a minute, the knowledge of the nulls was discussed about whether they knew about the plan. You recall that? Yes. Okay. And then I think the exhibits and then the AMVET discussion for the course ruling could be referred to. And so, then we discussed that. So that was discussed and they were present for the instructions being given, things along those lines, because then it only goes to the knowledge.
Could the portion that the court's confining the witness's response to be read from the exhibit book instead of putting the entire exhibit up there? Because the entire exhibit would be beyond the scope of cross, and it would be against the court's order regarding a limited response. So if the response can be read from the exhibit itself, they do have the exhibit book up there. So we can answer that question, consistent with the court's order.
Yeah, I understand the concern. I think if the questioning, if the phrasing of the questioning limits it to the topic, and then if the exhibit is referred to with the laser pointer, for example, in a specific sentence is highlighted only, I think that's sufficient for being able to take care of that. So
If I can just jump in, we're only gonna show one paragraph for each exhibit.
sure, and I assume that the witness would be using the laser pointer for that. But I think the phrasing, the questioning, limiting it to the topic and moving it back, I think that provides sufficient protection. Mr. Olson, do you have another question?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then relative to the discussion of which each one applies to, Mr. Cyber, you're asking about the court instruction jury that this portion of the read applies to William.
Which I believe I have to, I didn't ask any questions, therefore they can't redirect. Judge, my biggest concern is any redirect on this re-brings the delegate, and I can't unring it, and it prejudice my point.
I understand, but I think it's perfectly appropriate for a party to ask for an instruction as to differentiation. And when I say differentiation, I mean if the topic only applies to one person, the court can inform the jury of that, and it's perfectly appropriate for a party to ask. The court just has to be clear on what's being asked so that I can make a determination. So what I would do is bring the jury back I'm sorry, there was a topic of discussion that related only to Mr. Molitor. Is that correct? I wrote down EM.
Yes.
That was the last topic that was going to be covered, Mr. Travis.
Yes, Your Honor, it was 191.
Okay.
My objection, Your Honor, regarding that the plan was relative to multiple money.
Yes.
And it did not include the nulls, so.
Yeah, I agree with that premise. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to ask it. Because the problem is I keep asking Mr. Judge to change this worthy questions in order to conform with my rulings, which I don't think is inappropriate. It's of course ruling party does. So I guess there are two ways that it could be done. When he gets to a particular topic, let's say the knowledge, there are questions on cross-examination as to what William Null's knowledge was of what the surveillance and recon was going to constitute, and then going to the questions. That would be one way to do it, address towards Mr. Null. Similarly, he could do that for the question in the topic area as to Mr. Molitor, or the court can sort of stop, and the court can provide a separate instruction from me. Do you have a preference, Mr. Cyber, or does that, if you premise it in the question, does that in your mind direct them sufficiently as to who applies?
Judge, the danger is if he adds an S, he's a mistrial.
So I don't know the way of mistrial, but certainly he won't add an S, because certainly say a couple of times he won't add an S. So what he would do is when he gets to the topic area, so for example, he might say something like, ladies and gentlemen, or undercover Mark, Agent Mark, you heard testimony on cross-examination from Mr. Nunzio as to William Null's knowledge of what was going to be occurring on the recon or surveillance trip, or however he wants to phrase that. So it would direct it towards William Null.
That would be sufficient.
Okay. Do you have any problem doing that? Nick, we can give you a couple minutes to work out phrasing on that.
Just one more.
Sure. Any questions about construction projects?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. With those concerns outlined and the directions from the court, I understand the objections that we went along, and those are certainly noted for the record. Anything else?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Mr. Moran?
Just note, we're talking about exhibit 191, I don't believe this term, because the decision was stronger. Because there is being brought up about Mr. Mullen, or I missed his name, Harris again, which is possible.
We'll allow proceeding with the first rule.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let's start with, can we show exhibit 181T on the screen, please? I'm going to give the jury an opportunity to review.
Is there a specific question you'd like to cover?
Yes, Your Honor, if we could, can you scroll a little bit?
Can you please take the number again, please?
181T.
Thank you very much.
Just this quick.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, the larger paragraph here, that's what I'm going to have, my question is going to be directed at. So I'll give the jury an opportunity to review it.
Judge, what's the question? I'm sorry.
Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Mark, you were challenged during the course of Mr. Nunzio's cross-examination regarding Bill Null about his knowledge of the surveillance tasking that day. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
And this recording, People's Exhibit 181 and 181T, was Bill Null present for this conversation?
Yes, sir.
Can we show him 184 again? Blow that up. We're showing 184T on the screen. I'm gonna, again, give the jury an opportunity to review it before I ask my question.
Your Honor, we would request that the question be asked so that the witness can answer the question. Reviewing the transfer, this is outside the scope of what was said. So far,
Mr. Jackson, we want to ask the question, and then if there's a specific portion of the transcript you would like to correct, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mark, so during Mr. Nunzio's cross-examination, he challenged you on Bill Null's knowledge of the bridge. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And what we're looking at here on the screen is 184T. Is Bill Null present for this conversation?
Yes, sir.
And is the bridge discussed?
It is, yes, sir.
Specifically, can you point to the line here in 184T where it is discussed?
begins with the sentence, there's a little town right there, there's a little bridge that goes over it.
And who is that that makes that statement?
Fox.
My next question is going to be, all right, again, there was a line of questioning regarding, by Mr. Nunzio regarding William Knoll's knowledge of boats being used during the course of the plan and the lack of surveillance regarding the boats. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 186T.
Yes, sir.
Can we get that up there too? All right. 186T, was Bill Knoll present for this conversation?
Yes, sir.
And who's the speaker here?
Fox, sir.
And does Fox make any reference to boats being used during the course of this plan?
He does, yes, sir.
What does he state?
It begins with the sentence, this is my ideal situation would be this, is like we take her here and we fucking two-boat system. I want to take her boat too, and then continues on, sir.
Next, I'm going to direct your attention to questioning by Mr. Barnett. He asked you about the evolution of the Fox's plan, how it evolved from attacking legislatures in Lansing to attacking the governor in her cottage home on Birch Lake. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do, yes, sir.
And I'm going to direct you to Exhibit 191T. Specifically, we're going to be looking at the top of the second page.
Yes, sir.
Do you see any discussion by Mr. Fox there about Lansing?
I do.
And what does he say in regards to it?
That it was not we might be able to get her in Lansing, but we ain't getting out of Lansing with her. That's just a fucking high-speed gun battle where we're all fucking dead.
Now, the AMVETS parking lot discussion. You were challenged by Mr. Nunzio on the tasking and the knowledge of his client, Bill Knoll, in regards to that tasking. Do you recall that?
I do.
When Adam Fox gave you the tasking for your car during the course of the surveillance, was Bill Knoll present for that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And I think he said CHS Dan then came up and kind of repeated the tasking. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Was Bill Knoll present for that conversation as well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Let's go to recross.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Please, please. Back again.
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about the tasking by Mr. Fox
Yes, sir.
to the vehicle that you were in with the Knolls,
Yes, sir.
is that captured on any recording device, the two recording devices that you had on your person? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Okay. The tasking by CHS Dan is captured on recording, correct?
I don't recall whether it is or it is not.
Okay. But the tasking of Fox is not on recording, correct?
In the AMVETS parking lot?
AMVETS parking lot, the tasking,
As far as I know, sir.
it's not captured.
As far as I know. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had at least two recording devices on you at that time when the tasking took place, correct? You had at least one.
I had at least one.
Okay, okay. And he was near you when Fox was near you when he was tasking the vehicles,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
Okay, okay. But that's not on recording.
Not that I've reviewed, sir.
Okay. Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
No, nothing.
Mr. Savick?
Absolutely any questions?
Mr. Jackson?
Nothing further.
Okay. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to take a couple of minutes if there's any questions from any of the jurors. So what we'll do is send you all back. Think about that for a few moments. If there are any questions, so I can write them down. When you come back in, if one of the folks at the end wouldn't mind passing those, and then I'll collect them if there are. All right. Okay, the record will reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. We have completed uses for UC Mark. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you can be released from this.
Yes.
We have no objection.
Mr. Savick?
No objection.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection, thank you.
Agent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul,
Very questions?
Oh, shoot.
I wasn't going to say it.
Must be 10 after 5.
Yes. Right. Welcome to the new role.
I can't process that.
Good thing it wasn't down the road.
Mr. Olson, you indicated when we've been talking in chambers, there's a witness that drove up and out of the area, is that correct?
All correct, Judge.
Who's doing the questioning?
I will.
Is it quick?
Quick.
Anybody anticipate a long cross?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Sager?
I don't.
Mr. Barnett?
Proposed subject matter?
Mr. Toth, his testimony was down in Jackson, will be very similar to this.
Okay. Proposed? Summary.
Oh, we don't need a summary, I'm just asking a proposed length, because it's 10 after 5. That was 10
We
minutes.
have a lot of objections.
We'll deal with it, we'll cross it, we can look at it.
Did I answer the court's question?
You did, actually.
It's fine, thank you.
Mr. Arden, could you just go check in with her? Good, okay, all rise for the jury, please. Okay, everyone, be seated. Okay, back to you. So we did get a couple of questions from the jury. One that the court will answer, and similar to one that I answered indicate for tasks, whether auto-loading assault rifle and fully automatic assault rifle in training, is that legal? Mine would be the same as not the sloppy one I gave you, but the one of Bill Null or Michael Null have not been charged with possessing of, illegally possessing a weapon because of the weapon's nature. Right, so if it wasn't that, can you recall my discussion about the felony firearm and how that relates back, so it's not the nature of the weapon itself? Is that sufficient answer from your perspective, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Any objection to that?
No objection, no objection.
Mr. Burnett?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, agent, the other one is for you. What were the nulls, I think that's what we were doing during the nighttime surveillance as you drove around Elk Rapids? I think you've answered that in terms of portions of it, but if you're able to generally answer that for the duration of it.
Looking around. Looking out the windows of the vehicle.
Mr. Wilson, any follow-up questions?
No.
If I may, looking around where?
Outside the vehicle, in the environs, in the surroundings.
Well, when someone's sitting in a vehicle, they generally look out the vehicle anyway, correct?
Yes.
It was pitch black outside, correct?
It was black outside. It was dark outside.
How many lights in your ventures were illuminating streets, cars, homes, or businesses?
How many lights, sir?
How many lights were illuminating cars, businesses, streets?
I didn't count the number of lights, sir.
It was really dark, wasn't
it? It was dark, sir.
Okay, so they're just, in your, just a summary, they're just looking out the window, correct?
They're looking around.
Yes, they're looking around.
Yes, sir.
No more questions.
No objection. I have no further questions.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Wilson?
Is it also, did the director was witness?
No, not with in response to cross the ability to ask.
It's after midnight on a rainy night in September that they're in the car with you driving around near the governor's house, right?
Correct, sir.
Nothing else.
Did you drive by the governor's house that night, yes or no?
Yes.
You went down her street?
No, sir.
But should you go down?
Williams?
Okay. You were not at a vantage point from where you were to see the governor's house in the car, from inside the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So driving by the governor's house, they couldn't see the governor's house from inside the car, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying in your testimony, they're just looking around?
They're looking to see, they're looking out.
You said looking around.
Well, in fact, in one of the clips, Mr. Null says, I'm looking.
No, I'm asking you. The
Yes,
question
looking.
from the jury was, you said they were looking around.
And I'm telling you, sir, yes.
And now you're changing your testimony.
I'm not, sir.
Okay, no more questions.
No questions. No questions. No questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Agent. Now you're ready.
Thank you.
We'll give immediate folks an opportunity once we change that. Ladies and gentlemen, once after 5, my apologies to the ladies who traveled here for the distance. We expect the testimony to be short, so we're going to continue with that this afternoon. Mr. Wilson, your next witness.
No, Judge.
The whole truth, nothing but. Okay, go ahead. And once you get situated, if you can start out by telling us your full name, please, and tell me.
Hi there. My name is Sean Michael Toth. Anything else in that?
Spelling of the last name.
T-O-T-H, Toth.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Toth, good afternoon. Thanks for being with us. How old are you today, sir?
38 years young.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury what you do for a living?
Right now, I'm a blueberry farmer and I work at Menards Hardware.
Okay. I want to take you back in time to the year 2020. Can you tell us what county you were living in back then?
Jackson County.
And can you tell us if you will where you were working back then?
Mug and Bob's gas station between Munith and Grass
Okay, Munith, that's in Jackson County, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and we need to open up that book right there if you would. Take a look at those photos there. Do you recognize anybody in any of them?
Mr. Wilson, are you directing this?
I'm sorry, exhibit number 1.
Number 1, yes, I see the 2 people, the very bottom left. Far left on the right corner, Joe, and the next person to the right of him is Pete.
Okay, did you know them by Joe and Pete?
Yes, just Joe and Pete, not last names.
Okay, how did you know them?
They were regulars coming into the Mug and Bob's gas station.
How often would they come in?
1 to twice every week, if not more.
Okay, and tell us if you will, was there something that made them stand out to you?
They were always carrying guns every single time I saw them.
Okay, and what kind of guns did they have?
Usually handguns on their shoulders and sometimes with AR rifles.
Okay, and did they ever speak when they came into your Mug and Bops there?
Every single time.
Okay, and what kind of things did they talk about?
Mainly, especially at first, conspiracy theories.
Okay, they ever talk about the governor?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
They couldn't stand the lockdown. They were just calling her all kinds of names at first, like tyrant, Nazi. This whole lockdown is like big plot to take away their guns and their rights.
Okay, they were talk about what they were going to do about that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
First off, it was just like kidnapping and scaring her. Like just starting off with, then it was kidnapping and killing and raping.
Okay. Did they ever say how they were going to do that?
Pretty much by force.
Okay. Did they ever talk about explosives?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Sorry, Mr. Wilson.
You can answer the question.
Could you repeat the question?
They were talk about explosives?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did they say how they were going to use those?
First off, they're trained to even be able to use it properly, and they kept on saying they were going to blow up a bridge.
So you're the Mug and Bops, you're working Mug and Bops, right?
Yes, I am.
And Joe and Pete are talking about blowing up a bridge. Do you remember what month of the year 2020 they were talking about that?
That was in, I believe, late July and August.
Okay. And did you ever form an opinion as to why they were telling you this information?
Speculation.
701 allows him to offer a lay opinion.
I'm sorry,
701 allows him to offer a lay opinion.
on what they were going to do, Judge?
No.
Speculation?
As the question was, did you ever form an opinion as to why they were telling you these things?
Yeah.
I guess Mr. Wilson, I'm having, what would the relevancy be of why he thinks they were doing it as the defense in this case?
Offer a proof here? Did there ever come a time that you called the police to tell them about these interactions with Joe and Pete?
Yeah.
Okay, tell us why you did that.
Wait, could you repeat the question?
No problem. Did you ever call any law enforcement agency or any police agency to tell them about what Joe and Pete were telling you when they came into the Mug and Bob's?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and tell ladies and gentlemen on the jury why you called the police.
I felt like it needed to be documented.
Okay, did something happen that caused you to do that?
Yeah, they got caught.
Okay, and when you say they got caught, they get arrested?
Arrested.
Okay, fair enough. You don't know any of these gentlemen behind me in the courtroom today, do you?
No.
Okay, and just so that I'm clear, the Mug and Bob's that you worked at was down in Jackson County, right? Thank you very much, Mr. Toth. No further questions, Judge.
No question. No questions.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes, another question? Maybe.
You can cross.
Thank you. Sir, how long did you hear this information before you called the police? I think you said July, or June, was it July?
Pretty much when it came back from the armed protests.
Okay, so you have a touch point, you have a place where you know this happened, and you said it was in July 2020? Said yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And if their arrest was on October 7th, then you didn't report them from July until October 7th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how long after October 7th did you make that?
About a week.
All right. Thank you so much for your answers.
No questions.
Mr. Ross?
Hey, just tell us about what armed protests when you were talking about there.
Oh, yeah, they didn't really like speak about any super big violence toward the governor until after their protests.
In what month was that protest in?
It was April 30th, May 1st.
Okay, thank you very much. Nothing else, Judge.
No questions, Don.
So, okay. So basically between May to August, I'm sorry, April 30th, I think was the protest inside the Capitol. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
So from that point on to October 7th, you had a red flag raised against these two, Joe and Pete.
I don't know what a red flag means.
You had serious concerns.
Yeah.
And then by October, you made that phone call. Is there a reason you didn't call Senator in October?
I did not want to be involved.
Thank you. I understand.
No questions.
Nothing.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, because I was about to forget, you all have the opportunity to ask questions. What we'll do is send you all back. If there are none, do the attorneys have any problems with the court allowing court staff to dismiss them? If there are questions, we'll bring them back.
Correct. Don't check.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to combine these two things. So we'll excuse you back there. If there are certainly any questions that's perfectly appropriate, what I'll have Mr. Burton do is check back in a couple of minutes. If there are questions, we'll bring you back in. And again, that's perfectly appropriate. Okay, don't worry about the time. We'll take care of that. We'll bring you back in. Otherwise, if there are no questions, what I'll have her do is simply release you for the weekend. So I'm going to say now, have a very nice holiday weekend. You don't have to come back until Tuesday. We'll start back up at 9 o'clock. Please remember the restrictions that are in place. It's a holiday weekend. I know you're going to see folks, and a lot of people may be talking about it. Please just dissuade them and tell them that we can't talk about it in any fashion. Hopefully we don't have any issues, but if we do, we'll talk about it on Tuesday. And it's also a good time to remind everybody, obviously, when you're back in the room together, just remember that there can't be any discussions about the case that will be questions like this. Okay, all right. So just so you're aware, there's an opportunity for jury to ask questions, so you'll just need to stay until you know when. Not a problem. Thank you. Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect that the jury is out of Portland. Mr. Wells, anything for you all that we need to discuss?
No, sir. Have a good weekend.
Okay.
Just that I know the court is